Trump told you that America destroyed Iran's military, but U.S. intelligence is saying that he either lied or he's just wrong. But according to classified assessments leaked this week, Iran's restored access to 30 of the 33 missile sites lining the Strait of Hormuz, right? The ones that can hit American warships and oil tankers. They've kept 70% of their mobile launchers, 70% of their pre-war missile stockpile, and 90% of their underground missile facilities are functional again. All of that after a 39-day joint U.S.-Israel campaign that was supposed to wipe them out. Or remember back in March when Trump told CBS that Iran's missiles were down to a scatter and they had nothing left? Or remember back in April when S.E.T declared that Operation Epic Fury had decimated Iran's military for years to come? Well, the intelligence is contradicting all of that, and it's dated less than a month after that press conference. All while to not decimate them, we fired around 1,100 long-range stealth cruise missiles, leaving us with roughly that many left in the stockpile. Over 1,000 Tomahawks. The Pentagon only buys around 100 of those a year, and 1,300 Patriot interceptors, which at 2025 production rates, it would take over 2 years to make that many again. It appears that about half of America's entire Patriot stockpile is gone, and you have production lines needing years to catch up. And as far as what we're hearing from Trump about all this, he called it virtual treason to even suggest that Iran's doing fine. But hey, for now, share to spread the word and follow to stay in the loop.
And all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is sorry about that, guys. But yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to go ahead and jump right into the media analysis because we do got some Iran war updates, and it looks like we're gonna get right back into it, guys. Sadly. And to go ahead and explain why we might getting right back into it, because, well, look, we was almost at a peace deal. Some neocons and Bibi Netanyahu start freaking out. All of a sudden, we start striking boats and, missile launch sites on the coast of Iran. And we did it on the guidelines of self-defense, even though there was nothing that was fired at us or anything like that. And even though we committed to those strikes, we still are calling this a ceasefire, while Iran is saying that no aggression shall go unanswered. So we'll see what comes up in the coming days. But right now, it's not looking so good. But all right, guys, let's make sure to like the video. Let's go ahead and start the stream off right. All right, let's get right into it.
As well as boats around the Strait of Hormuz. The attacks come as Washington and Tehran continue negotiating and as they may be closer than ever to ending the war. But disputes remain over Iran's nuclear program and the lifting of sanctions. President Trump laying out his plans for destroying Iran's enriched uranium, or nuclear dust, as he often refers to it as saying that it will be either transported to the U.S., dealt with on site, or taken to another acceptable location. I want to go now to CNN's Salma Abdelaziz joining me from London. Salma, you're also closely following the current and ongoing trip of Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Is he offering any insight into where the U.S. and Iran are running into issues right now?
Now, I'll tell you, the problem is that there's people on our side of the government or on our side that don't want to exchange enriched uranium for sanctions relief. Because, of course, as the neocons are saying, and those who just want to keep on going to war with Iran, they're pretty much trying to sell it to us like, look, we have to pretty much just get regime change. I know we told you no regime change, but honestly, we got to take that back. Because if we just take uranium and do a sanction relief, they're just going to start funding proxies and building more missiles and be a bigger threat to Israel, not the United States, but Israel. And this is what they're trying to sell you on now. So now they're trying to sell us on regime change, because if you don't want to accept Iran giving up their uranium for sanction relief, and that's the only way we can get that uranium, then what else do you want to do? All right, let's get back to
it seems like by the hour, America is either on the precipice of full-blown war with Iran or about to get a peace deal, depending on who you're speaking to and what's just happened that hour. You mentioned the strikes, of course, around the Strait of Hormuz. Those just happened a few hours ago. We do have more information on where those occurred, with CENTCOM saying that they targeted missile launch sites in Iranian boats attempting to place mines. The statement went on to say that the U.S. is working to defend its forces while using restraint. Now, a note here, of course, there is a ceasefire that is in place now. Violations have happened in the past and the ceasefire has carried on. So unclear how this will impact that.
But this is a little bit different. Like, not only did we take out boats and killing 3 IRGC guys, but we also hit missile launch sites on the coast. The same missile launch sites that they just got done, kind of digging out to be reused. Now we've pretty much rebombed them and recovered them up. And I have nothing, there's nothing wrong with that. But here's the problem, though. We did pretty much break that ceasefire. And if Iran were to pop off right now against us, then they would have every right to, because we broke the ceasefire at the end of the day. But let's go over here real quick. We're going to get back to CNN, but I do also want to get into Al Jazeera's story on Iran warns it will leave no aggression unanswered after U.S. strike. So let's see what they're talking about here. Oh, guys, and make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation, and you can super chat any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements.
While Iran has denounced U.S. strikes on Monday as a sign of bad faith and unreliability as negotiations continue towards a possible deal to end the conflict, the U.S. targeted Iranian missile launch sites and mine-laying vessels, which they described as defensive actions. Iran's foreign ministry labeled the move a direct violation of the ongoing ceasefire, warning Iran would leave no act of aggression unanswered. Earlier, the IRGC shot down an American drone and opened fire on a fighter jet, claiming they'd entered Iranian airspace. Now, on the streets of Tehran, Iranians have given mixed opinions on whether a deal with the U.S. can ever be trusted.
In my opinion, a temporary agreement is possible, but whether this temporary agreement will lead to a final agreement and result in a peace is questionable. The officials must absolutely maintain the necessary vigilance and care.
There should not be an agreement, but I don't think there'll be a war either, because they've paid a huge price and they're frightened, and they've seen that Iran is neither Iraq nor Lebanon. Our story.
Look, bro, that's what we were trying to tell them too, but apparently we were pro IRGC for telling these guys the truth. Like, can you imagine that? We're literally trying to explain to the neocons and all of a sudden the MAGA guys who just want to be pro-war that, look, this is not Venezuela, this is not Iraq, this is not Afghanistan. These guys are 93 million people strong, and I'm pretty sure they got 13 million people willing to take up arms against us. So why you guys think that this is going to be a regime we could just overthrow in 4 days to 2 weeks? I have no idea why. But there's a reason why Bush didn't do it, Obama didn't do it, and Bill Clinton didn't do it. Because going into Iran, it was just a bad idea 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and it's still a bad idea now.
It's different.
As you can see.
With this Strait of Hormuz of ours, we're worse for them than 100 atomic bombs.
We have correspondents in Washington, D.C. and Tehran, and we begin in the Iranian capital with Al-Miqdad al-Ruhaid. Al-Miqdad, we heard a bit of how Iranians feel about this, but talk to us about what the authorities, the Iranian leadership is saying about the ceasefire and where the talks are right now.
Well, actually, there's a growing tension on the vicinity of the Bandar Abbas and the Strait of Hormuz yesterday night. With that incident, the authorities here describing that as a violation of ceasefire and aggression on the maritime shipping on the Iranian ports. But we have right now an important and most notable phone call between Masoud Pezeshkian and Emir of Qatar, Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. Masoud Pezeshkian thanked the Emir of Qatar and also described that there's a constructive support from Qatar right now. And also he emphasized.
So here's the thing, though. So, I guess the royal family of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE all went over to Iran to get them to pretty much water down their demands to get a peace deal through. And in a way, Iran kind of did. They said, look, all right, look, we'll give up our enriched uranium, but they got to offer at least full sanction relief. And it looks like we were going in that direction until, well, Donald Trump changed his mind, or somebody in the military changed their mind and started striking boats in missile launch sites along the coast of Iran. Like, it was all good until then. And I was preaching this pretty much last night when I was saying, yo, they don't want to stop to this war. You see Mark Levin tripping about it. You see Lindsey Graham going like, oh, this is unacceptable, because the lie that they were telling you that, oh, no, this isn't about regime change. This is not about regime change. We just want the uranium. What uranium is right there for us to take. We just got to release some sanctions and it's all good. Why aren't you guys happy? Because they really want regime change. That's what they ultimately want at the end of the day.
That Iran will reach what it's called a dignified framework. And also notably that he said there's a serious and expert level efforts are underway to finalize the documents and text at hand in order to create a clear path for stability. So that give us a clear sense that there's something serious in the making. Also,
but all right, though, let's get back over to CNN. I just want to, let you guys know what's going on over there on the other side of the world. And make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by liking the video, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. All right, let's get back to it.
at this point, but we do now have a statement from Iran's supreme leader. Before I read it out to you, I want to make clear that this is a written statement from the supreme leader, and it could have been written before these strikes occurred. Let me read out that statement to you. The United States not only will no longer have a safe haven.
Oh, guys, and if you're wondering why the supreme leader don't ever show his face in public, it's because of Obama. Like, you got to understand, we want to bomb this guy. We want to get him up out of here. And trust me, I'm not for the war, but even I want to get this guy up out of here because he's more of a hardliner than his father was. So trust me, I want to get him up out of here too. But the reason why he won't show up on camera is because, yeah, we'll bomb that area and the surrounding area just to get him. That's how important he is as a target. And trust me, Israel shows us what they're willing to do to military leaders. Like I said, they'll bomb the building and the surrounding buildings over. And I think the Ayatollah, he knows this. So staying out of public, staying off phones, staying off the internet, always we can track him, by the way, is the best thing for him to do.
For its mischief and for establishing military bases in the region, but day by day it is growing more distant from its former status. Again, an indication there of the type of military actions that Iran has taken in the region, striking at military bases, of course, in neighboring countries across the Gulf. It seems a hardening of position. But you mentioned, of course, those talks with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Those concluded in Qatar a short time ago, with the Secretary of State saying, look, it's a matter of wording, a matter of a few sentences that we're negotiating over now. But if you ask Iranian negotiators, they seem to indicate that the United States and Iran are still very far from a deal. The key issue, of course, is enriched uranium. As you mentioned, that no dust, no dollars, a statement that we keep hearing from U.S. officials over the week.
So pretty much they want to be assured. I'm not sure how this deal they want to have it work out. It sounds like they want Iran to give up their enriched uranium and then they'll provide sanction relief. But Iran's like, no, we don't trust you. You could give up. We'll pretty much give you our uranium and you provide no sanction relief, completely renege on y'all deal. And we've done this before. Look at the JCPOA. So I'm gonna be honest with you, when it comes to asking Iran, oh no, you first, we kind of have no right to ask that of them because they have done it them first and we haven't abided by our part of the deal. I mean, this is the problem when you use duplicitous diplomacy or duplicitous negotiation tactics. Say one thing and do another. Like, this is what happens. You put yourself in this bad position to now where we got to meet Iran in the middle. And we do have to pretty much provide some sanction relief before they give up any type of uranium. And what we're demanding is, no, you give up that uranium, we'll provide sanction relief. But Iran is looking at us like, well, what keeps you from just, taking that uranium, then looking at us like, yeah, we're not giving you that. So understandable. Understandably, I understand the caution behind just giving up their uranium.
Again, indicating that 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium that the United States and President Donald Trump, of course, personally wants to see destroyed. Iran, on the other hand, says that a conclusion to the war must be finalized before it speaks about how to handle that enriched uranium. And again, hearing about those strikes around the Strait of Hormuz that just occurred in the last few hours. We're hearing from Iranian state media that there was the sound of at least 3 explosions around the key port, Bandar Abbas port in southern Iran. It says, Iran's government says, and Iran's state media says that air defenses were activated. Again, we do not know if this statement that we've just heard from the Supreme Leader, a written statement that was put out to mark the Hajj pilgrimage, whether that was written beforehand or afterhand. But the key question here will be, will those U.S. strikes affect those negotiations, and how far are they from the deal now that we're seeing those attacks again around the Strait of Hormuz by the U.S. forces?
I mean, most likely, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not going to be surprised if there's an attack on one of the Gulf countries or on a U.S. vessel in the coming hours. Why? Because of the strikes that we committed to. And I'm pretty sure Iran, as they said, they're not going to let any type of aggression go unanswered. Apparently they're tired of those days. So like I said, we got to see what happens and see if we're going to start resuming kinetic strikes. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, it sounds like that we already popped off and Iran is pretty much seeing us as being aggressive and us wanting to start back this conflict again or resume strikes.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards claim they have shot down an MQ-9 Reaper drone and opened fire on an F-35 jet and another drone that they say entered its airspace, presumably somewhere around that region. Iran says it will retaliate over ceasefire violations. Now, overnight, the United States launched new strikes on southern Iran. You can see right here. hitting these sites that the U.S. say were missile targets. The U.S. claims it was in self-defense, and yet Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the two sides could be just days from some kind of an agreement. With us now is CNN Global Affairs commentator Sabrina Singh. Sabrina, great to see you here. So we have these U.S. strikes overnight on Iran, and we just learned seconds ago that Iranians claim they shot down a U.S. drone. So where does that leave things as these negotiations continue?
What you're seeing is both sides claiming defensive strikes. They're both protecting their, air assets, defense assets on the ground. And so the U.S. took defensive strikes yesterday.
Defensive strikes is crazy, though, because they didn't do anything offensive towards us. So we just struck those missile launch sites. And on the coast, I'm gonna be honest with you, probably as a what's the best word for it? Let's just say we're preparing. There's a fancier word for it, but it's escaping my mind. But we're pretty much preparing for a ground invasion, because why else would we take out the missile launch sites on the coast? Is either we're going to go for Karg Island, because these missile launch sites on the coast, which would be protecting Karg Island if we ever tried to take it. Well, those things are gone right now, or most of them are now disabled. So Karg Island would be perfect to take as of, maybe in the next 48 hours, depending on how fast these guys clear the debris and if we even let them do that. So yeah, striking these coast missile launch sites was the best idea if you want to go in for a ground invasion.
Just this morning, as we're seeing coming in, is also taking defensive measures. Now, the very tentative ceasefire, according to the U.S., is still holding. And even though it is still holding, we're still in the middle of a war. There's a naval blockade that is an act of war. So even though that you have this ceasefire, they're still exchanging fire. So it's now what happens next. And I think that's what's really to watch. What does the president say about this? And what does the supreme leader say now?
And of course, then there's Israel, too, right? Because Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, says that his war against Hezbollah and Lebanon is very much continuing. So what does that do to the negotiations?
And you've seen Israel actually intensify their strikes overnight on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Basically what this administration has done is the house is on fire, and they're trying to put it out with a bucket of water. And this is a deal to get a deal. A lot of the issues, the thorniest issues, whether it's nuclear enrichment or ballistic missile capabilities, are being pushed further down the line. And meanwhile, you have Israel still conducting strikes in Lebanon, even though part of this so-called deal was that would stop. So again, it's more about what does this administration do? What is the messaging that comes from Donald Trump today? I think there is not a world in which this.
And here's the thing, though. What we honestly need to do is that we can't worry about their missile defense system, because that's a threat to Israel. That's an imminent threat to Israel, not us. Regardless of them being our ally and all this good stuff, let them handle it, not us. In the proxies, let me be honest with you, Israel is pretty much the reason why 2 out of the 3 proxies that they're also worried about exist. Through their invasion of Lebanon is why Hezbollah exists, and through their treatment of the Palestinians in Gaza, that's why Hamas exists. So I'm gonna be real with you, we should let them take care of that. We didn't start it, they did. And we need to leave out on the enriched uranium, because that's what's a threat to us. And I'll sit there and I'll admit that. But that's where we stop. That's where our interests stop when it comes to Iran. And we need to leave out after that, instead of trying to go full force and get regime change so we can take care of the missiles and the proxies that aren't really a threat to us, but a threat to Israel.
Administration wants to start back up on kinetic strikes, which is why they keep pushing this ball down the line. But we are where we are, intensifying strikes in Lebanon. And of course, you're seeing an exchange of fire in Iran as well.
The Iranians know what the U.S. wants and doesn't want, presumably, which may be why the United States seems to have, budged or moved a little bit on the language on the nuclear talks. This is a statement from the president yesterday. The enriched uranium will either be immediately turned over to the U.S. to be brought home destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordinated, blah, 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 blah. Destroyed in place, right? Destroyed in place or at another acceptable location. This means the uranium stays and the Iranians destroy it there, presumably, but this was sort of a no-go area before.
This is much more lenient language than we've seen from the president, than we've ever seen before. At the beginning of this war, February 28th, it was that Iran would never get access to a nuclear weapon, would not be able to keep its enriched uranium. This is signaling a bit of a gray area. And I think that this administration is hedging that they're going to need some type of third party to come in here. I mean, I don't think it'll be acceptable under any terms that Iran keeps some of its enriched uranium, but we've never seen language like this, and it does lean more towards Iran and its favor.
Yeah.
So, okay, these are the nuclear sites inside Iran.
Yeah, because we're starting to realize what we can and can't do. Is like, well, we can definitely get the enriched uranium out, and we have leverage through the sanctions, through their held up funds. So we can easily get that. We can basically do the same deal that Obama did, and we can ensure that one. But we cannot get them to water down their missiles so they can only go so far, aka they can't protect themselves. And we can't get them to give up their enrichment entirely because, well, I mean, they are a sovereign nation and they are part of the non-proliferation treaty. So they do have a right to enrich, low key. And then, of course, I mean, like I said, we can't take care of their proxies because, well, let's be honest with you. Let's be real here. Unless we're going to start bombing 3 different countries all at once, then it's not really going to help. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to keep saying this. It's not our problem. It's Israel's problem. And rightfully so. Let them have it, not us. Oh, guys, make sure to like the video. Appreciate the support. Oh, whoops.
The uranium buried presumably underneath some of these facilities right now. When we say destroyed, it's again murky what exactly that means. That means you could degrade the uranium from 60% enrichment to what, like 5 or 10%? But that's still potentially useful down the line.
Right. And that's why the deal to get a deal does not address any of these issues. And you'll remember the Iran deal that was negotiated under the Obama administration, that took almost 2 years to get to. And there were many mechanisms in place to monitor some of these sites. We're not seeing any of that being negotiated out in the public on what does monitoring look like, what actually happens to the enriched uranium. And they haven't even addressed their ballistic missile program, which is one of the capabilities that we know Iran still retains. So even though this administration has said they've destroyed Iran's Navy, destroyed Iran's Air Force, those were never the programs of record that Iran touted. It was always its nuclear and ballistic missile program.
Thank you. Finally, somebody on mainstream media says it. The main threat of Iran was never their Navy. It was never their Air Force. It was their missile and drone capability and how they've been advancing that. And the fact that they got like 2 versions of a hypersonic missile. That was the main threat of Iran. So when Trump got out there and started bragging about, oh, we decimated their Navy, that's pretty much got boats from the 70s. The only thing advanced about their navies is their speedboats. Oh, we took out their Air Force with planes from the 70s or 80s. So that wasn't a threat whatsoever. The main threat was their advancement of their missiles and the output that they can produce these missiles at 300 missiles a month. And then, of course, oh, yeah, the drones that they use to F up our bases. Let's not forget about those.
Those still very much remain in the status quo before the war started.
So again, watch what's happening very much in the air and on the ground, continued strikes, and we'll listen.
Hey guys, sorry if the connection's a little weird out here. There's kind of like a storm going on. You could probably hear it a little bit in the background, but yeah, it's coming down pretty violently out there.
For what they have to say about the negotiation. Sabrina Singh, thank you very much for being here.
President Trump posted this meme shortly after those strikes. Obama's Iran policy, he shows piles of cash. Trump's Iran policy, missiles flying. So,
I mean, here's a problem, but Trump, you might just have to go ahead and do it exactly what Obama did. Go ahead and release some sanctions, send them back their cash, and just be like, look, now go ahead and give up that uranium. That might just be the best deal we can get. Walk away. That's a win. Trump took care of the uranium problem. The Iranians will never have a nuke. He can brag about that and walk away. Now, of course, there'll be the neocons who are going to turn against them, and people on the left are going to call him a taco Trump. But it is what it is, though. He might as well try to walk away with something.
Bringing in now CNN global affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Thank you so much for being here. Needless to say, these presidents do have very different approaches to Iran. But I want to start with this attempt to get to an agreement, this attempt in the talks.
So guys, make sure to like the video, guys. We got 11 people in here, man. Let's see if we can get to 10 likes. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get to 90% engagement by smashing that like button.
Because we are really hearing from a wild mix of politicians who are upset with the White House. I'm going to give you an example. Here is John Bolton, former national security advisor, giving this, as usual, sort of counter-textual take.
I hope the negotiations break down because every day that goes by is a gift to Iran. I think these negotiations are a mistake. I think we're on the verge of something that ultimately history will decide was a catastrophic loss for the United States. We have done significant damage to the Islamic Republic of Iran. And right now we're letting them undo the damage.
I mean, no, that's true though. John Bolton is right. Like the fact that we let this ceasefire go on forever, they've been able to regain at least like what? Now they said what we've gathered intelligence on was like 70% of their stockpile they've been able to replenish, and they've been able to open up, what was it, about 30 out of the 33 missile sites that we pretty much bombed and covered up. Yeah, they were able to get those, get the dirt off them and now they're operational. So we're pretty much walking it in with a more military capable Iran. They got more missiles, they got more drones, and they got more missile sites that are open, which actually, let's kind of walk back to missile sites being open, because we did just bomb a whole lot of them on the coast of Iran. So, we got to count that.
This is what Iran wants. They want more time. 60 days turns into 6 months, and then it turns into more than that.
You and I have talked about Iran wanting more time, but can you help me understand what he's saying about this is somehow catastrophic, a loss, the dangers that some people are seeing in the White House approach?
U.S. intelligence has already detected that Iran is using this time to access its nuclear sites, rebuild and rearm. It has built drones at an amazingly fast.
Not only are they rebuilding and rearming, they're even getting the citizens armed. Yes, the citizens want to fight for the IRGC. Yes, they're arming them with AK-47s and all that good stuff, teaching them how to assemble it, clean it. Even the kids are catching a lesson. So you got to remember, these guys are literally ready for us to put boots on the ground. And like I said, it'd be the worst decision ever, because it's gonna get brutal. I'll just say that.
Pace. So every single day it gets of reprieve from bombing means it's more ready to attack again. Also, Iran has talked about now lifting the ban on the internet. The interesting thing about that is they don't want to foment dissent, but they're willing to take the risk because the Iranian economy is under such strain, and a lot of the economy runs on businesses that use the internet. So that shows that the stress is hitting Iran, but it is getting a relief by these days without attacks.
It's interesting because we've talked so much about what the president is dealing with here domestically, but in Iran, they have an incentive, right? You have a supreme leader who is relatively new. You have people who have been under this bombardment. Is there any incentive for them to move forward? Or is it, as Bolton says, waiting is all that matters if it means claiming victory over the U.S.?
There is incentive to draw out the talks, as there always has been. This has been their MO in previous negotiations. And remember, what they're being asked to do is a sacrifice of what they see as legitimacy, give up their refined nuclear material and
all of it, not just like some enriched parts.
Yes.
It's just like everything goes.
And they will pledge.
Yeah, they're not doing that. I mean, like I said, they'll give up their 60% enriched uranium, but as far as giving up their capability of enriching uranium, they're not doing it. Like if that's the case, then you might as well go ahead and put boots on the ground and just gamble with that. If that's what our government wants truly, yeah, I mean, I hope they wouldn't, but if that's what they want, they're gonna have to put boots on the ground for that one.
Like a bomb again, but my question is, will these talks produce what the Obama deal did? Intrusive international nuclear inspections.
Intrusive inspections
to make sure
is key, yeah.
It doesn't happen again. So what Iran is being asked is really hard to say yes to, especially when you've got so many hardliners now empowered by the U.S. attacks. So look, what this shows is that President Trump knows going back to just hammering Iran won't open the Strait of Hormuz. He's feeling the economic pressure. So he wants some sort of delay to open the
strait. Yeah, that is true. He's definitely feeling the pressure. And let me see here, because I think the oil futures definitely did skyrocketed after those strikes happened. But if not, then hopefully they stayed consistent, because last night I checked and Brent crude was at like hovering in the 90s and WTI was falling down like to the low 90s. So let's see what they're at. And as of now, all right, yeah, these are the oil futures as of right now, guys. So let's see here. We got a Brent crude at 96, and this is not bad. Like I said, about what 3 days ago it was at like 110. So it's falling, but until we get to that $60 to $70 range a barrel, then yeah, we're not going to we're not really going to see that reflecting the pump too well. We're not going to get back to pre-war prices. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's probably going to take like maybe like 6 months to get back to that, even if we stop the war right now to let shipping catch up. And then WTI is now at 90, which was better at the $100 it was hanging with Brent crude. So what can I say? There are improvements, but if the war escalates, then I'm being real with you, all this is going to skyrocket overnight. All right.
Straits. If he can get that, I think we could see talks returning to the JCPOA. Sort of, it will take weeks, it will take months to get some sort of resolution.
And either way, I get the sense both sides will be spinning it into a win, even though.
Oh, for sure they will. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next video. And guys, make sure to like the video, guys. We're at 6 likes, man. Let's go ahead and get to 8. We just need 2 of you guys to smash that like button. Appreciate the support, by the way. And if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We do this every night. So smash that like button for me, and let's go ahead and keep it going.
Former CIA station chief. Joining us now, former CIA station chief and Fox News contributor, Dan Hoffman. Dan, great to see you. Headline in the Wall Street Journal is Iran pursues deal that brings economic relief without handing Trump victory. Should the United States avoid at all cost giving Iran one dime, one nickel? And maybe do we need to bomb or open the Strait of Hormuz by force to fully disarm that weapon from Iran?
I mean, look, lady, if we could have did it, we'd have done it. We'd have did all the bombing we needed to do to get that strait open. The problem is, though, it's the escalation dominance that Iran has in that area. If we start going recklessly bombing Karg Island and all through Iran to get them to release the strait, well, guess what they're going to do? They're going to start bombing places all over the UAE, all up in Qatar, all in Saudi Arabia, and in Israel. So they're going to attack all of our allies in that region and cause tremendous damage, not only to them, but to the global economy that they help sustain. So that's the problem with escalating things with Iran that she don't understand, is that they actually absolutely do have escalation dominance, sadly. Not a stronger military whatsoever, not at all, just the escalation dominance, aka we can only take things so far with Iran, or just accept the consequences and just prepare for the blowback. All right.
Yeah, so the United States has leverage over Iran in 3 places. First, we've got the sanctions, and as you mentioned, Iran would like to gain access to that money. There's billions of dollars that we have frozen of Iran's resources financial resources that they would use for sure to rearm and reconstitute their weapons of mass destruction and support proxy terrorists in the region. Secondly, we've got the blockade. And third, military strikes. I don't think we want to remove...
Yeah, that blockade's not working. Like I said, they can get to China and Russia through the Caspian Sea, and they can just get to China going through Pakistan. So, yeah, that blockade's not working. It's not stopping them from getting to their 2 biggest buyers. So while this ceasefire was happening, what do you think they were doing? They were unloading oil off into the Caspian Sea to get it to Russia or China, or just travel straight through Pakistan and get it to there. And what are we going to do? Start bombing places in Pakistan? No. We're going to start bombing Kazakhstan or Russia? No. We're just going to accept the L on that one.
Any of that leverage until we get the deal that we want. That means removing the highly enriched uranium from Iran outside of the country. It means a nuclear deal, not just an agreement to go to the table and negotiate one. I think we have to be really careful about giving up the leverage that we fought hard to build.
Leverage.
Can I ask you about another piece of this?
Bro, we have really no leverage in that area. It's like, dog, if we keep messing with them, they can cut down the underwater cables, shut off internet in the region. They can start destroying energy infrastructure and water desalination plants in the region and cause mass famine and starvation. Well, yeah, mass outages and a famine. Like, come on now. It's like, what leverage do we honestly have on Iran when it comes to this war? That's the problem that these guys never really can substantiate an answer for. They can't even really break it down. They just say that we got leverage. It's imaginary leverage that we're just refusing to use right now.
that kind of went onto the back burner as we were engaging in military strikes, and that's the Iranian people, okay? I'm reading that the regime there is going to start giving them limited internet access again. I don't really know what that means. I doubt it's very fulsome access.
No, they've been had limited access. They can go to Iranian sites and all that good stuff. The Iranian app store. I know, right? They got an Iranian app store. But yeah, they can go to that and they'll be just fine. They can't go to outside websites no more. That's really was a mass shutdown because there's only so much Iranian websites after that. And then you're telling me you can't go out to any other websites outside of that. Yeah, you're pretty much shut off from like 95% of the internet.
But I wonder if you think we're getting closer to the moment where the pain they're feeling economically might have them back out in the streets and exerting pressure on the regime like they were doing before all this started.
I honestly never felt like they were exerting enough pressure to get us to the tipping point where Iran's regime security was really threatened. The IRGC and the besieged paramilitary force is really strong and powerful. They've got all the guns, and they've made it clear that they are going to hunt down and shoot anyone who seeks to protest against the regime. So I just don't think we're there. I think it would take, frankly, hundreds of thousands of U.S. boots on the ground to topple the regime that way. We may induce a change in this regime's behavior, but we're going to have to perhaps, I think, consider restarting our military strikes. Maybe we restart decapitation strikes. If these guys don't want to come to the negotiating table in good faith, well, maybe the next round of leadership will.
What is reopen?
Yo, this man is wild, bro. We destroyed the first round of leadership that was willing to work with us, and now we got a whole bunch of hardliners that want to keep control of the strait, want to keep their uranium. So I'm sorry, but if we keep taking out successions, we could get a more hard-line group of people that absolutely want to just keep the war going. So that's not really working out for us. I mean, that's the thing about these guys. And at least the mask is finally coming on. They've been trying to sit here and act like they don't want boots on the ground. I know nobody wants that, but they do. No, they do want boots on the ground. They're trying to make us understand that, well, if you want America to win and you want us to complete all our goals, we got to put boots on the ground for America and for the Iranians if they're still pushing that BS.
The Strait of Hormuz look like on our end, Dan? Because you kind of answered my question of like, will a lasting deal require additional military strikes on our behalf? But with the Strait of Hormuz, that really is the linchpin in all of this. It's Iran's greatest economic weapon, and it's also what needs to be solved here at home economically.
Yeah, look, Iran has disrupted the global economy by shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. And as long as we proceed to negotiations without reopening it ourselves, then Iran will have a more favorable position. And so I'm sure the president is talking with his entire team. And remember, the reason I think why he wanted to gather everyone together is that this impacts Department of Treasury, Homeland Security, the intelligence community, State Department, virtually our entire government, the Commerce Department. They all need to come together and discuss the challenges we face. For sure, if we were to try to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to get into additional military conflict with Iran. I just don't know that there's another way around this.
Yeah, exactly. Getting into kinetic strikes in the Strait of Hormuz with Iran, trust me, it's not the best idea. And it's not going to give us anything that we want. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's not gonna give anything. Iran's not gonna get anything out of it either. But trust me, we won't get not a damn thing. The strait won't be open. We've only wasted more munitions, and Iran will only look stronger by not releasing control of the strait. Unless you guys want to go full force and just start nuking these guys, then yeah, guys, you might just have to pull back a little bit, just a little bit, and get start using, I don't know, like diplomatic means. That's never a bad idea, guys. Diplomatic means people don't die, taxpayer money's not spent. It's a pretty good route. You should try it sometime. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next one here.
Insisting he will only cut a quote. President Trump set to huddle with his cabinet at Camp David tomorrow morning after saying talks with Iran are going nicely, but insisting he will only cut a quote great deal or else none at all. Iran's regime's issuing new warnings today after the War Department launched what they are calling self-defense strikes. The U.S. official tells Fox this does not mean that the ceasefire is now over. Iran's foreign ministry, though, is threatening consequences now, saying, quote, the Islamic Republic of Iran will leave no act of aggression unanswered. Fox Business correspondent Ashley Webster reports live from Tel Aviv for us this afternoon. Hey, Ashley.
Hey there, Gillian. Indeed, U.S. Central Command says it launched those self-described self-defense strikes in order to protect U.S. troops from Iranian forces. Later in the day,
I hope they substantiate this. So what do you mean by protect? Were they going to start attacking troops? Because if you guys can't prove that, then it kind of just sounds like you broke the ceasefire and now you're just trying to blame it on Iran. Like, oh, no, well, you got to understand, they was about to attack us. All right, where's your proof? Because, I mean, like, guys, there's no drones that were fired at the U.S. There was no missiles that was fired at the U.S. No, we just struck their boats and struck their missile launching sites. And here's the thing, I have no problem with that. But to sit here and say that, oh, well, we did it for self-defense, I'm like, I don't know about that, man. If you shot down a missile and then y'all went full force, okay, sure. But no missile was shot down, no drone was shot down. Y'all just went full force on their ports, on their missile launchers. So, no, I don't know. It kind of sounds like you guys were just looking for an excuse to break the ceasefire.
COM put out a statement that said, in part, that the targets in those strikes included missile launch sites and Iranian boats attempting to, what it says, emplace mines. U.S. Central Command, it says, continues to defend our forces while using restraint during the ongoing ceasefire. As you would imagine, the strikes drew instant anger from Iran, who accused the U.S. of a gross violation of a ceasefire. Listen.
It is not the first time we are witnessing these contradictions from the United States. In fact, one of the problems in our negotiations is these inconsistencies and contradictions in their behavior. This is not a new issue.
Fair.
Iran is also vowing to leave what it says no act of aggression unanswered, adding that America will no longer have a safe haven in the Middle East. Well, despite the escalation of tensions, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the administration is committed to a peace deal, even though the process has been painfully frustrating. Listen.
And it's going to take a couple days to settle on even down to the disagreements over a word, sentence. So we'll have to work through that. If there's going to be a deal, we're going to have to work through that.
Yeah, not break ceasefires and actually negotiate in good faith. Yeah, if we can do those two things, yeah, this will all be solved overnight. Oh, guys, make sure we like the video, guys. We got about 12 of y'all in here, man. Let's see if we can get to 11 likes. Appreciate the support, guys. But let's keep it going. And any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in, guys. Appreciate the support.
And by the way, as the talks continue between the U.S. and Iran, Israel has expanded its ground operations in southern Lebanon to beyond areas that it has previously occupied. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu saying they are picking up the pace of their military operations to root out Hezbollah militia in the region. Gillian, back to you.
All right, Ashley Webster in Tel Aviv for us today. Thank you. Let's go ahead and bring in retired Vice Admiral Mark Fox. His nearly 40-year Navy career includes service as Commander, U.S. Naval Forces Central Command. Sir, thanks for being with us this afternoon. Notably, these strikes targeting Iranian assets come literally as President Trump, Secretary Rubio, as recently as 2 days ago, were touting progress with diplomacy. Forward movement on the talks. I was with Secretary Rubio covering his visit to NATO in Sweden. He told me that all signs were a go. He wasn't, sunshine and roses, but he said there is some real movement here. It is good to see. How do you square that with yesterday's strikes?
I can't. I think that the Iranians are playing for time. They continue to do this. Putting mines in the water is not exactly non-provocative. And I think that we should be really on our game here in terms of having an unblinking eye and having ordnance in the air. And anytime a small boat goes out or any kind of nefarious activity, we should be able to stop that. I think that we should be a lot more direct in this, and I just don't see how this, quote, deal is going to materialize with the intransigence and the unwillingness of the Iranian regime to work with us.
And whether, sir, yesterday's strikes are offensive or defensive, we are seeing a lot of proverbial shots fired now at this point. The administration to be insisting that the ceasefire is still in effect. What do you make of that?
Delusional, but hey.
Well, a ceasefire is a relative term. When you're expending ordnance against people who are laying mines, or when they're shooting at our ships at the time and at the place, there's not a ceasefire when you're defending yourself or when you're...
Yeah, so we shot at them because they were laying mines. So they weren't shooting at us. There was no aggression towards us. They was just laying mines in the strait, which they've been doing. Here's the thing. That's bad. That's not a good thing. But is that directly attacking the U.S.? No. Am I glad that they stopped it? Somewhat, but we did break a ceasefire over it. So that's kind of the hiccup right there. You kind of can't say that you were, defending ourselves when you kind of bombed them for what? Not attacking us, just pretty much laying mines in the strait that weren't going towards us. No missiles, no drones, just mining the strait. Well, I mean, I'm glad they stopped them, but let's be real. That wasn't the best reason to break a ceasefire. And are we sure they was even mining the strait, or did you just have boats out there? But we'll see.
Preventing the Iranians from putting mines into the water. So my personal opinion is they only respond to overwhelming force. And I don't see how in the world we can go forward with a real deal. I don't see any indications that the Iranians have accepted any of the conditions that we set at the beginning of this campaign to say no nuclear weapons, no ballistic missiles.
Here, no. If it was no nuclear weapons, then I'm gonna be real with you. That's already checked off. But you guys said no nuclear enrichment whatsoever, not even at 3.6%. You guys want to take away their right to enrich completely. Trust me, if this was just about nuclear weapons and a nuclear weapon program, then I'm sorry, but that was never a threat. What we're perceiving as a threat is their right to enrich uranium, or their ability to enrich. And because of our constant aggression towards Iran, they've progressed their percentage of enriched uranium. Like I said, ever since we went outside the JCPOA, that's when they hit 20% enriched uranium. Then once we killed Qasem Soleimani in 2020, by 2021, they're at 60%. And they stayed at that 60% since we stopped aggression towards them. What does that tell you? That the more aggressive we are towards Iran directly, the more that pushes them towards a nuke.
And so forth. So we'll just have to see how it plays out and stay on guard.
General Jack Keane appears to agree with your perspective, at least in terms of the regime responding only to overwhelming force. Here he is in our air earlier today. Get your reaction.
The regime is intact. The hardliners are in control. They're all about recovery now. And they want to, I'm sure inside their circles, they haven't changed their goals one bit. They still want to be a nuclear power at some point. They're going to deny they're interested in it. They want to try to recover their ballistic missile programs. We got to put together a deal that stops them from doing that. The leverage of reattack, I don't think, is anywhere near as strong as it once was.
What do you say to that, Admiral?
He and I are on the same page.
I bet you two are. But you know what? Let's go over to this guy, General Kane. All right, guys. And guys, let's make sure we like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation by smashing that like button. Appreciate the support. No matter where you're watching from, it be Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, or Kick. I'm on all those platforms. Also, put the link in there so you can also follow me on Rumble or Kick. Appreciate the support there, guys. Trying to, build up on there as well. And also, once again, like the video. All right, guys, let's keep it going. And you can super chat in any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, or you can send in a Venmo. Either way, don't matter. I'll be happy to engage with it. All right, let's keep it going. Or a Rumble rant.
Welcome back to the show. General Jack Keane, Fox News senior strategic analyst and great friend and mentor during all this. So, General Keane, you heard my riff. I'm asking this question. Can these noble missions, which President Trump has bravely taken upon himself, can these noble missions be realized without additional bombing, sir?
Yeah. Well, you're absolutely right. President Trump has brought us to this point. You know, during the 12-day war, when he took down Iran's nuclear enterprise and set it back a number of years. And then following the 12-day war, we recognized that Iran wasn't changing at all. As a matter of fact, they recommitted to their original goals, and that is to recover their nuclear program. They accelerated the development of ballistic missiles, and they were burying them.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. See, you're saying they accelerated their enrichment program, but here's the problem, though. They didn't go past 60% enrichment. They didn't go towards 90% enrichment, which would be weapons-grade uranium. So you can't sit there and say that they went back to order that they were pushing towards a nuke, because they consistently stayed at that 60%. And they did reopen their nuclear sites, but they didn't push towards, or they didn't push past 60% enrichment. Like, that's just the wildest part of this argument, or his argument is that, well, you got to understand, we got to attack them because, you know, their enrichment program, they can enrich uranium to weapons grade, which they haven't done well at all. Let's be real. They have a religious fatwa that says not to do so. Well, we killed the supreme leader that, you know, put that down. And let's be honest, if they wanted to progress towards a nuke, or at least get to 90% enrichment, they had like all the way since 2021 to do so.
Their nuclear program, they accelerated the development of ballistic missiles, and they were burying them.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. The ballistic missiles, I'm be real with you, like, that kind of got nothing to do with their nuclear program. You could sit there and say it's a shield for their nuclear program, but I mean, you could say that about any country at that point. Like, oh, it's a shield for the dictatorship. It's a shield for the nuclear program. It's a shield for the monarchy. I mean, come on now, dude.
Buried tunnels.
And I mean, they do have a right to defend themselves. So what is he saying? I always did wonder, like, yeah, hold on, y'all tripping about the missiles. Well, what's your argument here? That they can't defend themselves?
Along with their launch systems, and the numbers were growing so rapidly, when you did the math on it, it was alarming to the Israelis and then alarming to us as well, that would outpace our defensive system, the United States and Israelis in the region. So something had to be done here to set the regime back, and that led to epic fury and to the Israelis participating with us in this combined operation for 37 days, which has been enormously successful in setting back the regime, but not finishing it. I mean, obviously, we imposed our will on them, and it's had severe impact on them, but it did not finish. We had about 10 or 14 days to continue to finish that operation. And your question is a good one. It comes down to a couple of points here. One is, if we finance the regime and remove the frozen assets and remove the sanctions, then the regime not only survives, but they're going to recover as a result of those finances. And there is no indication that this regime will moderate their goals whatsoever. Quite frankly.
Yeah, because we bombed all the moderate people in the regime. Like, actually, even the guy that we want to put in power to after the Ayatollah, yes, we had a whole plan to put an ex-president in power. Yeah, an ex-president of Iran in power after we took out the Ayatollah. You know what we did to that guy? Well, we killed him. Yep, we bombed. Well, Israel bombed them to take out 2 IRGC guys. And you know how Israel is. They want to take out 2 IRGC guys, but they got to blow up a whole building and the surrounding buildings. And yeah, now we don't have that moderate to, you know, take the Ayatollah's place. Not that it was going to work anyway, but at least we had somebody. Now we don't, but we did.
They are likely to be as aggressive as they have always been, because that is who they are. So the second question deals with reversing what we have done. In other words, we have set them back quite a bit. And will they reverse that under another president? That is possible, and dependent on who that president is, because we've had 2 bad experiences.
Oh, shoot. Shout out AU for the 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, sis. Hey, shout out. Oh, guys, make sure to like the video, guys. I got about 13 of y'all in here, man. Let's get more people in on the conversation. Let's push this stream in the algorithm by smashing that like button.
With President Biden and President Obama, it could actually be likely. So those are the issues that the president is dealing with, and that is why a number of us, you and I, Larry, were favoring continuing the military operation to bring the regime to that point where they're not going to be able to finance themselves and recover, and certainly not be able to reverse what we have accomplished.
I mean, here's the problem. They've already kind of reversed the damage that we did on their military. They already reversed that damage. The damage that we hit on their missile sites, reversed. But drones, reversed. Oh yeah, and forces, yeah, reversed. I mean, they've already recruited more people into the IRGC and are training civilians in the street. So we didn't really do much. I'm gonna be honest with you. And even though Trump and Hegseth gloated, talking about we destroyed 90% of their missiles, we destroyed their navy. Yeah, we're still dealing with those problems today, sadly.
Has got some real hard deals on the table here in terms of meeting his objectives, and they're maximalist. And it remains to be seen whether the regime is going to agree to them. What they've done here is they're the masters at delaying negotiations. And we have agreed to 60 more days of negotiations. The first phase we're in, and that is to establish a framework so we can build on negotiations to follow that and get the language right for the framework. I would assume that the regime at some point will agree to that, because they would not want that to fail and the president return to kinetic operations. So I suspect the threat of kinetic operations will bend them to agree to some kind of framework going forward. The first issue is the Straits of Hormuz. Likely the straits would be open. We have the leverage, economic blockade, certainly, to get their attention.
Bro, hold on. Y'all actually see that as leverage? Oh, okay. I didn't know they've seen that as leverage. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not leverage whatsoever, guys. Sadly, they can easily make it through the strait. And if you're new here, I mean, fine. Let me go ahead and show you guys why he's wrong. So here's Iran. And let me go ahead and main screen. Yeah, I'm already on main screen. All right. So here's Iran right here, guys. All right. Conveniently placed in between these two mountains here. But all right. So here's up the north. Here's the Caspian Sea. And the problem with the Caspian Sea is it allows Iran to be able to get their oil or whatever goods into Russia, southern Russia right here. See, right next to Ukraine. But yeah, this part right here, Russia. What they can also do is use their ally Pakistan to go ahead and move their product through Pakistan all the way into China, which, yeah, China's this little part right here. That's China. And then also they can go ahead and take the railway through the Caspian Sea, go take a railway through Kazakhstan and into China. So they can reach their two biggest buyers through the Caspian Sea or just go through Pakistan. So I'm not sure why he's seeing the blockage as leverage when they can easily go around it. All right.
On that one. Here's what they want. They want to maintain authority over the straits. They call it territorial waters.
And I hate to have to keep showing that, but a lot of people got to understand, because they're depending on you not to be knowledgeable on geography of the Middle East. And if you are, you kind of understand how that whole blockade is just BS.
Nope. Those are international waters, so we can't give them the authority over it. They want to still maintain that. And we cannot in any way accept that kind of language. We have to insist on language where they commit to freedom of navigation. And that is the reality of it, and we're going to have to be tough about that. But we have the leverage of the economic blockade to help us get there. Then the other things, in terms of all things nuclear, restriction on ballistic missiles, and support for proxies, those are going to be the tough issues going forward, and that's what will take place in the second phase, dealing with the remaining days of negotiation, up to 60 days. Knowing Iranians, they'll want to take all the 60 days and then some. That's where they're coming from on this. And we've seen this thing play out before. And certainly they're very cognizant of the fact there's political and economic pressure on the president. And certainly with the midterms coming, that'll take us into late July. And they're thinking it's unlikely that the administration would reinitiate kinetic operations so close to the midterm election.
No way.
They're usually wrong.
All right, so apparently Trump just released the Truth Social, and it came out, let's see here, yesterday. And apparently it says, let me go ahead and read this one out for you. If Iran surrenders, admits their navy is gone, which is not, because they're closing the Strait of Hormuz with speedboats, and yeah, but if they admit that their navy is gone and resting at the bottom of the sea, and their air force is no longer with us, and if the entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped and hands held high, each shouting I surrender, while wildly waving the representative white flag, and if their entire remaining leadership signals all necessary signs, my bad, their entire remaining leadership signs all necessary documents of surrender and admits their defeat to the great power and force of the magnificent USA. Okay, I kind of like that. But the failing New York Times, the China Street Journal, the Wall Street Journal, corrupt and now irrelevant CNN, and all other members of the fake news media will headline that Iran had a masterful and brilliant victory over the United States of America. It wasn't even close. The Democrats and the media have totally lost their way. They have gone absolutely crazy. President Donald J. Trump. Yeah. I know, right? I mean, of course. And, just to kind of dissect this a little bit, yeah, the Iranian leadership, they're not doing that. We don't have the cards to make them do that. And trust me, if we did, we'd have been make them do that. Trust me, that was the whole idea of Operation Epic Fury, was to make them do exactly what he's talking about right now. Now he's talking crazy, acting like he can get them to do it. And guys, he said this yesterday at 12:32 p.m. Like, I'm pretty sure the Iranians aren't going to give him a complete surrender, because why would they surrender? They have control of the strait. They still got plenty of missiles. We're afraid to do a ground operation to completely throw the IRGC out of power. So why would they surrender? All right, but hey, it's always nice to ask and flex, because I kind of like the part where he's admit their defeat to the great and powerful force of the magnificent USA. I was like, okay, I kind of like that. What can I say? A little US glaze is never wrong.
When it comes to their assessment of President Trump, that remains to be seen. He holds that card to be able to play, certainly, regardless of what the timing is. But clearly,
no, Jet, you ain't lying. That is peak pettiness. I'm like, okay, bro, okay, we hear you, Trump. Oh, you want the Iranians just completely surrender for what? Like, what did we do? Did we completely destroy the regime? Did we release their control of the strait? I mean, did we take out all of their missiles? No. Okay, then why would they surrender again?
The impact closer to the midterm elections likely does reduce the reality of that taking place. But we have huge leverage here.
Right.
And our leverage is the money.
Hey, and shout out AU for sending another 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, sis. And guys, hey, man, don't make sure, hey, you can't leave her as the only supporter here, guys. Make sure y'all show some support to the channel. Appreciate the support. And if not, at least make sure you smash that like button. Appreciate the support.
Your finger on it, Larry. Right. We have the money. And don't let them take the money.
And
fortunately, that's our leverage.
Fortunately, yes, sir.
I mean,
fortunately,
you're right. That's our leverage to get all of their uranium, all that 60% uranium that you've been fear mongering on. That's our leverage. And let's be real, if we don't use that leverage, we're not going to get the enriched uranium without boots on the ground. So I'd ask this man, what you want? Boots on the ground, or we give up these sanctions? You want to risk American lives, or we just give up this money we've been holding for years? Which one, bro?
And wrote over the weekend that the blockade will continue while these negotiations or discussions go on. And not only the cash, sir, but also their storage facilities are coming to an end. Now, experts may disagree, and they may differ on the precise, what day will their storage facilities for the oil end. But we're close to it. If it takes another week, we're close to it. There were, reports of oil spills near Karg Island, for example, which could have been done deliberately by Iran. They're using, 20, 30, 40-year-old tankers. And so that game's coming to an end. That's it for them. That's almost game, set, and match. Right?
Oh, boy. So crazy. Remember when we first started this blockade and we said, Iran's pipes are going to be overfilled. They're going to burst within 48 hours to a week. Guys, it's been like 2 weeks since they said that. Yeah, it's been 2 weeks. So, and the CIA, they've already proved the mainstream media wrong by saying, actually, no, they're going to last about 6 months before we actually see any real results from this blockade. Tough, I know. Oh, yeah, shout out IU for sending another 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support.
there. That's their last source of revenue. Now, there may be something sneaking through with China or Russia. I can't be certain of all that. But surely the combination of the economic embargo, the blockade, the economic embargo, the banking freeze that Scott Besson has set up for all their offshore accounts, of which there are many, and then the storage facilities problem, which they're going to encounter in just a few days or a week or so. That's, we got to let that play out. My hope is we let that play out. But even if all that...
Bro, y'all been saying that for 3 weeks, bro. 3 weeks we've been waiting on their storage facilities to reach max capacity. The pipes just start bursting all over the place, bro. We've been waiting for 3 weeks.
Isn't sufficient to bring them down, sir. I would suggest, we must consider the completion of the military task, the completion of the military mission that was laid out by CENTCOM and the Joint Chiefs and others.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's got to stay on the table. And listen, for 6 weeks we've been gathering intelligence, because that's how long we've been under the ceasefire. And we've been tracking everything they're doing and excavating the ballistic missiles that are deeply buried in tunnels. We know what's happening there. We know what they're doing with them. And our reality here in terms of the devastation of an operation being conducted over a 10 or 14-day period, the Israelis are flush with magazine depth for everything they need to do. The United States has moved actually more assets into the region. We have more capability now than we had at the beginning of Epic Fury operation. And we know exactly what we have to go after. The punishment would be severe. And obviously, that is why the Iranians are willing to go to the negotiating table. They're doing everything they can to avoid that thing. The president has thrown something else in here.
What?
Which I think was quite stunning.
I'm sorry, dog, but actually, we're the ones who want to stop this war because oil is getting too expensive. Our allies are down our necks over damages and the fact that they can't get their oil out the strait. So to be honest with you, we're the ones who got pressured into the ceasefire, not Iran. They could have just kept this going and caused more damage to the global economy that they don't really feel the effects of. You want to know why? Because we sanctioned them to death, aka they don't feel the effects of when the dollar is held up. They don't feel the effects of the oil honestly getting held up. Why? Because they're kind of outside our financial systems. One of the reasons why we don't like them. One of the many reasons why we don't like them. Well, the American government doesn't like them. I personally have no ill will towards them.
And that deals with the Abraham Accords.
Yes.
Now look at Egypt, Turkey, and Jordan. They already have diplomatic relations. They're not part of the Abraham Accords, but they've got diplomatic relations. Bahrain and the UAE, they are part of the Abraham Accords. So what's the focus here? The focus is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and also Qatar.
Yeah, but here's a problem though. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, look, Saudi Arabia going into the Abraham Accords is one of the main reasons that Hamas committed to October 7th. So unless you want another October 7th happening in Israel, yeah, that's not the best idea. And that's, Saudi Arabia trying to get into the Abraham Accords is one of the reasons why Hamas committed to October 7th, because one of the reasons why Saudi Arabia was holding off is because they said, look, you got to recognize Palestinian as a state. You got to have a one state or two state solution. And instead of actually, helping Saudi, working that out for the Palestinians so Saudi Arabia and Qatar can enter the Abraham Accords, they're trying to get them to enter Abraham Accords with ignoring the Palestinian question. And, Iran, the Palestinians are seeing that as a big betrayal of them and their Muslim brothers. So this is really why they, put a lot of pressure on Israel, and they don't want these Arab countries or Muslim countries to go into the Abraham Accords because they feel like it's a betrayal of their Arab brothers in Palestine. So, and I know you can feel the way you want to about that, but that's just their perception of the matter.
Look at Saudi Arabia, Project Freedom. They denied us. Project Freedom was going to open the straits. And in the 36th hour, they denied the United States to be able to use our major base that they had in that country and fly over that huge country of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, because they seen that, these bases are now being seen as a liability. We got attacked. Their infrastructure got attacked. The military base damn near got rendered inhabitable. So why would they want to continue us to use it when that's the reason why they were attacked, is because we were attacking them from those military bases in their country. and they received damage to their infrastructure. I mean, their civilian infrastructure, energy infrastructure, all because of these bases. So now these bases are now being seen as a liability instead of an asset,
which made our operations very difficult to execute. We couldn't.
Oh, and shout out IU for another 100 for 2 joules. Appreciate the support. Oh, and guys, make sure to smash that like button, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation, and let's push the video in the algorithm.
Use the major land base we wanted to use. We couldn't use the major airspace we wanted to use. And the other thing is we had to reduce all of our takeoffs from carriers. So that was restricting that operation. This country also put pressure on the president here to go to the diplomatic approach. They feared retaliation by Iran on their oil and gas infrastructure, as did some other countries. They haven't asked us to come help them thicken the defense the way we have for Israel. We could put together a plan to defend them, and they're wringing their hands and not recognizing. I mean, they got to have a little bit of stomach and spine for this. The reality is we know what we're going to be able to do to stop Iran from retaliating effectively against that infrastructure. And
Bruh, no, you don't. Dog, we walked in there with that same BS line when we said, oh, don't worry, we know Iran can close the strait, but we'll stop them before they do that. Yeah, we'll stop all of that, but we didn't. So you're going to sit there and try to lie to the American people again, try to lie to Trump. Well, hopefully you're not in Trump's ear, but if he was, he'd be lying to Trump, pretty much trying to say, look, I know we couldn't stop them last time, but this time we can definitely stop them from doing any more damage to our Gulf allies. And no, we can't. He's an idiot. He doesn't even understand the fact that these hypersonic missiles that we can't stop will be able to decimate all their civilian and energy infrastructure. And we won't be able to do a damn thing about it, no matter how much interceptor missiles that we're running low on, we throw at them. No matter how much we throw, yeah, we're not going to be able to defend all the missiles that Iran can throw at them. So he's being delusional at this point, trying to push Trump into a war, thinking, don't worry, we'll be able to defend our allies, knowing damn well we won't. And I'm pretty sure he knows we won't. I would hope as a general, he'd be able to understand, like, bro, Israel's Iron Dome wasn't able to defend themselves. Bro, these guys in Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the UAE have missile defense systems, and Iran still blew through it. With drones at that. They didn't even have to use missiles, but drones.
Ineffective during the 37 days. I would suggest the president put some real pressure on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here and also Qatar in reference to this Abraham Accords. And let's step up finally here, as opposed to all of this soft negotiation that they do in public versus private.
Well, making
and I think bringing them into this is a very real situation,
Yes.
and we should use this as a pressure point for them.
Yes, sir. 100%. Absolutely. A very, very smart masterstroke here to bring them in to the Abraham Accords as some kind of price for peace in the Gulf region. But
no, that's only going to cause more problems if we try to bring Saudi Arabia and Qatar into the Abraham Accords without answering the Palestinian question of a 1 or 2 state solution. No, you're only going to cause more terrorism in Saudi Arabia, Israel, and Qatar, just because you got them to sign up to the Abraham Accord. So no, not a good idea.
We have to do what we have to do, sir, as you well know, and you have taught us millions of people all about this. We'll see what happens. All right, they're going up to Camp David.
But all right, though, let's switch it up a little bit. We'll still stay on Fox News, but let's get into Hannity, kind of get off the Iran topic for a little bit. All right. We're going to go ahead and get into, well, Trump's control over the Republican Party, and let's see how tight of a hold that he has on it. But all right, guys, make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to smash that like button. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and super chat any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements if you have any. If not, you're just going to make me think that I'm just cooking flawlessly. But all right, let's keep on going.
This is a Fox News alert. The AP now projecting that Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton will defeat incumbent Republican Senator John Cornyn in that state's primary runoff. Our very own Brooke Taylor is on the ground in the great state of Texas. God bless Texas, at the Paxton election night event. All right, Brooke, what's happening?
Hi, Sean. Well, this is a packed room of supporters right now. We have felt the energy all night long, the music blaring, food going around, and we even had your show on, still on right now, when you announced the Associated Press called this race in favor of Paxton. The room went crazy with people and supporters excited. Meanwhile, over in Austin, Texas, Senator John Cornyn has conceded just moments ago. Take a listen.
After a public service career lasting more than 4 decades and 18 consecutive campaign wins, tonight we've come up short in this primary runoff. You know, a few years ago, I had a friend of mine say,
And you know what's so crazy about these primaries where Republicans go against each other is that the Republican that got the Trump endorsement is going to be the winner and is going to have more donors pull up. But the thing is, though, they're not going to do what they had to do with Thomas Massey because, you know, a lot of these guys don't have that tight of a grip on their district. It is what it is. But all right, let's keep going.
you know what makes
Oh, guys, let's get to 10 likes by smashing that like button. Appreciate the support. But if you haven't liked the video already, please do.
God laugh? He said, when we make plans.
And Paxton entered tonight with major momentum from the MAGA base, boosted by a late endorsement from President Trump, who called him a quote,
what I tell
true
you?
MAGA warrior. Now, this win, Sean,
What did I just tell you, bro? The Trump endorsement is the golden card to the victory at this point. But like I said, it's going to turn into a scarlet letter soon enough. Trust me, guys. I'm going to hate when it happens, but trust me, everybody's going to get their dub off this Trump endorsement. And then it's going to be the same reason why either they lose the next primary or the Republicans just lose the Senate and the and the House. So let's see what happens, though, because if Trump can correct course before midterms, then it's all good. But if he stays in this war and he doesn't help out with affordability, then Democrats are going to have one hell of a show to put on for us come midterms.
Really shows the influence that President Trump's endorsement has and the strength of this MAGA party. This has been a really close race when it came to those polling numbers up until President Trump's late endorsement. And, you know, just to give some perspective, polls here closed in Texas at 7 p.m. local time. And then it was just an hour later, so 8 p.m. local time, when the Associated Press called this race. And again, they're still waiting for the Attorney General to make the victory speech. As for what's next, he's now going to run up against Democratic candidate James Tallarico. This is probably one of the most.
But all right, though. All right. Enough Trump glaze. But you got to get a little healthy dose of both sides. Because, you know, like I said, they're celebrating the fact that Trump got this dominance over the party. His stamp of approval is pretty much a victory. And that's more people who are just going to vote in Trump's favor whenever he needs him to. So I'm going to be real with you. Yo, going into this election, going into the midterms, if they can keep control of the House and the Senate, oh man, Trump is going to have a lot more power than he did now. Well, than he does now. And I think that's what the Democrats fear. Me personally, not so much. But I mean, if it means that he's going to keep pushing us into conflicts, sure, I'm going to be pissed off. But if it actually means he's going to get back to that America First agenda and getting the SAVE Acts passed and all these other things that he needs to focus on, then I'm all for it. But sadly, it doesn't look like that. It does seem like the Republican Party is kind of selling the whole America First agenda out. But we'll see. We'll see if there's a course correction. But all right, let's go ahead and get right into it. Let's get into the polls, guys. Let's see how our guy Trump is doing in the polls.
For the president sagging, and now poll numbers for the president sagging, and now, as they say in the horror movies, the call is coming from inside the House. If the House is the Republican Party in this case, follow the metaphor. With us now, Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. So there are some issues in his approval among Republicans. What do you see?
Yeah, okay. Why don't we talk about the key issue of inflation? You know, we're talking about houses, Johnny B and me. And what are we talking about? We're talking about a complete collapse of the floor. Look at this. Republicans' net approval of Trump on inflation. You know, you go back when he was running for re-election back in 2024 for term number one. Look at that net approval rating. It was plus 68 points in terms of how Republicans viewed inflation and Trump in term number one. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, he started off pretty good. Inflation was actually going downwards. Prices on certain items in your grocery store, gas, all that stuff was going down. And for some reason, he F's that all up with war with Iran. And that's why a lot of people are looking at him like an idiot. It's like you were going in the right direction, but said we got to take a detour. And I'm not even sure if you can ever get back on that like path to fixing the economy, to fixing affordability and inflation, because he took this detour with this war that he thinks that, oh, well, if I stop it today, all of the damage that's done by it will go away tomorrow. Yeah, bro, that's not how it works.
Look at this collapse, -5 points. Now, this is just the Ipsos polling, I will note. But look at this. Even in Fox, he was at -2 points. So it's not alone. He is on the wrong side of the ledger. And this is not voters overall. Let me remind you, this is Republican voters. That call absolutely coming from inside the House on the key issue of inflation. There are now multiple polls showing that Donald John Trump is underwater within his own.
Because, guys, like I said, before the war, we was at 2.4% inflation, 2.4. Now we're at 3.8. I know. Imagine that. And I mean, guys, what was it? We was at like 3.4 last year. Trump was able to bring it down to 2.4. And we was at a pretty good inflation rate. Gas was going down. Affordability wasn't completely fixed, but it was going in the right direction. And like I said, he F's that up with this war. This is why he's 5% down, because I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of people still believe that he can do it. Because think about it, he was doing it before the war. Things were going in the right direction. Now he's 5% down because he said, oh, well, we're going on a detour. Well, bro, this detour is pretty much, well, costing you all the good numbers you were having on the economy. And it doesn't really seem like he cares, sadly. Well, he's going to care come midterms.
Republican Party.
That's a 73-point swing. I just did the math right now.
That is 70 and 3. And I actually drew that pretty gosh darn well.
All right, Harry, the phone is ringing.
Hello.
And someone's calling about gas prices.
Yes.
Who's calling and what are they saying?
It's Republicans who are calling again, and they are saying that they are underwater again when it comes to this particular.
Hey, guys, we got about 12 of y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and like the video, guys. Let's get those likes up by smashing that like button either on YouTube or Rumble, because those are the only two spots with like buttons. But all right, guys, appreciate the support. But like I said, let's get those likes up.
Look at gas prices. Okay, GOP Trump net approval on fuel and gas prices. You go back to last summer, look at this. It was plus 51. Look at it now, -4. Again, what are we talking about here? We're talking about a 55-point shift away from the president of the United States on the key issue of gas prices.
I mean, yeah, when gas price goes up over $1.20, yeah, when it goes up over $1, guys, what do you expect? When we seen gas prices going downwards, just to see them go up $1, yeah, of course people are going to be upset. And then when they look at this war and see that we're not getting anything done, it's not any closer to being over, and it looks like we might make concessions, it kind of made us feel like we went through this for no reason at all, which we did. I'm just going to be honestly blunt with you guys. We did for no reason at all. We went through higher gas prices, higher inflation, and we really got nothing out of Iran. Actually, we might have made Iran a world superpower, but we'll get into that later.
So on, again, something that is impacting Americans day to day, inflation, a part of that is gas prices. Of course, the inflation on gas prices has been out of control. The president of the United States is underwater on the key issue of gas prices. This isn't just something about the center of the electorate. This is with Donald Trump's base as well. This is a huge shift. He's underwater again, the floor completely collapsing underneath.
And this is just within the last year. That's a 1-year shift, not even from before the election.
This is a 1-year shift. It turns out as gas prices go high, your approval ratings go low, even within the Republican base.
Okay, but how much do Republicans really care about these economic issues?
Yeah, okay. So, we're talking about the collapsing floor, but this is...
Well, one of the main reasons we voted him in because of these economic issues that Biden left us in with the high inflation and the loss of $3,000 in buying power. So I'm going to be real with you. It was pretty important that he handled that. Actually, nobody voted for this man to start a war with Iran, but we did vote for him to fix the economy and help out with affordability. So it's kind of crazy how he literally is doing something that we didn't vote for him to do. And y'all telling us to get over the fact that, he's not doing what we voted him in to do. And oh man, the gaslighting done on that side is crazy as well. They're trying to hit us with the, what you mean? Trump always believed in war with Iran. No, he didn't, especially in his recent interviews before the election. He even said no more wars in the Middle East. And if you don't know where Iran is, that's in the Middle East, including them. I would hope you would understand that. Oh, and make sure to like the video, guys.
It's an old ruddy house that we don't really care about, then who really cares? But this is the house that is most important, because you take a look here. Okay, Republicans' top issue, the economy and the cost of living.
Yeah, no, I feel you on that one. He's like, CNN a little too excited. But here's the problem, though. It's like, I mean, one, why wouldn't you be if your enemy was just making a mistake? Like literally killing their chances at the midterms. I mean, bro, you'd be in jubilation as well. Like, please keep this war going. Keep effing up. Keep letting gas prices rise so we can just dominate y'all in the midterm. Don't keep doing it, please. Oh, yeah. Keep saying we're doing this because Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. That's really resonating with the American people as their gas prices go up. Yeah, keep going. Like, trust me, I'll be in jubilation too if I was CNN. Like, the guy that we hate the most is literally crashing out before us, and he doesn't even see how he's doing it. Oh my God, that's the best. When your enemy's making a mistake and they don't even know they're doing it. Don't even know. Oh, happy days for the Democrats.
You know, you go back to the beginning of this year, it was 43%. It was the top issue. Now it's even more of the top issue. The clear majority of Republicans saying the economy and the cost of living is the number one issue, an issue on which Donald Trump's numbers are absolutely falling through the floor, with multiple polls showing him underwater on inflation.
A creaky floor.
A very, very creaky floor.
Harriet, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
According to AAA, the price of gas is $4.49 this morning.
Yeah.
That's still up.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying, because it has coming down. Gas prices have came down like what, about I could say 30 cents, because we was looking at like 479, 480, 490 in some places, almost into that whatchamacallit, $5. And because of the de-escalation, it has went down. So that's not too bad. But remember, guys, before war, we was at $2.98, guys. We was about to see $1.50. We was about to see $1.50 in gas. And I'm just supposed to sit here and pretend like, oh, yeah, war with Iran is just so more important, even though it doesn't help me with affordability. It doesn't help us with immigration. It doesn't help us with anything America first, by the way. I just want to let y'all know that. But for some reason, though, it's being sold to us like it is, while it's obviously not, and it's right in front of our face. Like I said, please tell me how this war is America first. Oh, Iran can have a nuclear weapon. Oh, yeah, one that they were never going towards. AKA, we started this war for basically no reason. And if you're going to say Iran can have a nuclear weapon, and trust me, I already know you're ignorant on the situation. Remember, this is all about Iran not being able to nuclear enrich. They don't want them to enrich uranium. If this was about them not being able to get a nuclear weapon, trust me, we wouldn't be here.
More than $1.50 since the war began. But according to President Trump and members of his administration, those prices are going to come down quickly as soon as the war is over.
Once the national security objectives of Operation Epic Fury are fully achieved, Americans will see oil and gas prices drop rapidly.
We promise that when this conflict draws to a close, when this operation draws to a close, we're going to see those energy prices come back down to reality.
Oh, they would go down quite a bit. You know, if we see a pathway to have the Straits of Hormuz open soon and energy flowing again, you'd see energy prices drop pretty significantly.
Prices have likely peaked and they'll start going down. Certainly with a resolution of this conflict, you'll see prices go down.
Yes, with the resolution of the conflict, but it's going to take a while for us to get back to that pre-war price of $2.98. It ain't just going to happen in a month, or it ain't going to happen overnight like Trump sells it.
Prices across the board on energy prices will go down.
The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. It's going to come tumbling down. There is so much oil out there. It's pent up. It's locked up in the Strait of Hormuz. When all of that stuff comes out, you're going to see prices dropping on gasoline like you've never seen.
But I am also confident on the other side of this. Prices are.
Do anybody remember when he says, "Oh, we don't need the Strait," and then when our gas prices get hella high, it's like, "Oh, hold on, guys, actually, we need to get that over ASAP."
Going to come down very quickly.
They'll drop lower than they were before. As soon as it's over, you're going to see gasoline and oil drop like a rock. You're going to see oil prices plummet. They're going to come down.
All right, CNN Business senior reporter David Goldman is here to make it make sense. David, today's question, what actually needs to happen for prices to go down?
Yeah, that's a great question, because if they're going to drop like a rock, you're going to have to see a tremendous amount of action in the oil market.
Literally.
We'll see if that's actually the case. So what does need to happen?
Like literally, the shipping of oil is like 3 to 6 months behind. They're going to have to catch up on that alone. That's why it's going to take a while for this to actually, for us to actually recover from these high prices. is because, well, the supply chain, the global supply chain is kind of out of whack right now through the close of the strait. And for it to get picked back up into normal speeds is going to take months, not a day, not a week, but months.
Oil to come down? Well, the first thing that you need is to clear out this bottleneck. So in the Strait of Hormuz right now, there are about 170 tankers that are there, and they're each carrying around 100 million barrels of oil. And that's a lot of oil. That's not just, a kind of pretend number. That's about 13 days worth of the oil that has been stuck, because we've had 13 million barrels of oil that are just stuck in the Strait of Hormuz right now. So that's a decent amount of oil, but imagine getting all of that out of the strait that's mined, that's been an active war zone. That's not something that can just get out all that quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, that's step one. Step two, you got to get rid of all the warehoused oil. You have oil that's just overflowing right now in storage. All of that needs to get onto new empty tankers. So what happens next? Well, oil
pretty much, yeah, you say we got to pretty much flood the market full of oil to bring down those prices rapidly. Of course, the global supply chain is going to have to pick back up to normal speed while we're flooding the market full of our stockpiles of oil and producing more oil to, put out there to keep flooding the market and to build back up our stockpile. So yeah, that's going to have to be the plan if we want to see quick results, which I agree to. I'm not going to lie. I didn't think they would actually go to, drawing down their stockpiles to bring down gas prices at that rate, since we already did, but I could see them doing that. So I guess I missed that variable.
Production needs to restart. This is very, very difficult. It's not just like flipping on a light switch. You actually need to start sending water and gas down into wells. And if you do that, you might have a neighboring well that has to do the exact same thing. And you need to make sure that that is all coordinated. That can take 2 to 4 weeks just to get production started again. After all of that is done, you need to fix your facilities, because so much of them have blown up literally in the war, particularly.
Yeah, especially in, what was it? I think it's Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia. They all have damaged oil facilities and oil refineries because of the strikes that Iran placed on them, with mainly drones, by the way. Oh, and then of course, Iran, they got to fix their oil refineries as well, because we blew one up sky high to the point where it started raining oil in Tehran. So yeah.
The largest LNG port, the largest liquefied natural gas port in the world, that's going to take about 2 years to come back online. That's no joke. That needs to come back online very soon. Okay, so how long is it going to be before we actually start to see some relief? Look at this. This is where we were before the war started. This is where we are right now. There's a huge amount of time that it's going to take, according to the futures market, before we get back down to that sub $70.
Jesus. So, and this is what I said. They said 6 months, but the way they're dragging it out here, they're going like, bro, we're not going to be able to see that 298 because of this war. We won't see that 298 until 2032, guys. Do you see why this war is a bad idea? Do you see why Trump got to lie to you saying, oh, no, it's going to go down precipitously once we stop this war? No, it won't. It won't. It's going to take a while, guys. We're going to be dealing with these high oil prices because of this war. That I'm gonna be real with you, that more people in MAGA should have stood down, should have pretty much stood up against, but y'all want to cheerlead it on. So guess what, guys? We're gonna be dealing with those high gas prices till 2032. And it's crazy. We're still gonna be getting blamed for this for 2028. Now I'm talking about, the Republicans, MAGA, Trump. Yeah, you guys we're still gonna be getting hit with that blame come 2028. I just want to let y'all know that. And that's not gonna look good. Like, when we're looking at higher gas prices, this gonna be blamed on Trump. Because, yeah, if you didn't start this war, bro, we'd have never been here.
An oil level, look at this, 2032. So you want $3 gas again, you're going to have to wait maybe 6 years. And so what does that mean for everything? Look at this. Produce, clothing, airfare, gas, shipping, all of these rely on high gas prices, high oil prices. All of them are going to continue to be more expensive as long as this lasts.
I'm sorry, did I hear you correctly? Did you say 2032?
Yeah. So if you look at this,
that's what I was saying too. I was like 2032. I mean, this man was talking like it's going to be done in the next couple of days. I mean, the CIA is talking about, oh, now it'll probably take about 6 months, but that's not for oil prices. That's just for the global supply chain to catch up. No, it's going to take some years, bro. And this is what kills me. And this is why I hate war so much. The damage that war causes would just in a couple of months take years to recover from. That's what a lot of people don't understand.
this tells you what the oil market is predicting prices will be in the future. We don't get back down to this level until 2032. That's the prediction. We'll see if that ends up being the case. But this is how you make $3 gas. It's going to be a while.
A roller coaster ride on the oil markets. Brent crude dropped huge on Monday, but today, global oil prices are on the rise after those fresh strikes in southern Iran. CNN's Matt Egan is here with me now. We saw this big drop, and then that's changed.
Yeah, well, Sarah, I think that reflects concern over those new strikes last night on Iran by U.S. forces. That really underscores the fragile nature of this ceasefire and does help explain why, after plunging about 10% yesterday, Brent is back on the rise. Now, WTI, the U.S. benchmark, is down about 4% from Friday's close. So down, but not dramatically lower. And again, I think that reflects concern about those U.S. strikes and the fact that, listen, even if there's a deal today, there's a certain amount of damage that has already been done because the Strait of Hormuz has been closed now since late February, right? We're talking about an estimated 1.2 billion barrels of oil that has been derailed out of the Middle East because of the war. And this is coming at a really sensitive time because we have demand on the rise here in the US, in Europe, and elsewhere. You also have supplies coming down, right? That is never a good combination. Now, the good news, though, is that gas prices, they are ticking lower, right? The new national average, $4.49 a gallon, down about 2 cents just from yesterday. Of course, that is well above the pre-war level of $2.98 a gallon. And when we look at the trend for gas prices, there was obviously this massive spike just as the war began, but gas prices have kind of leveled out here around $4.50 a gallon. I think the bad news is there's no sense yet that the worst is over here, right? I talked to Bob McNally, veteran energy analyst, and he told me he still thinks that Brent oil futures are going to go back up to $120, $130 a barrel. And he thinks that gas prices in the U.S. could still challenge that all-time high from 2022 of $5.02 a gallon, right? I think what the market really wants to see, including the stock market, they really want to see actual proof that there's a deal, that both sides are truly agreeing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and then proof, right? Proof.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though. They're no longer believing Trump's true social posts about, oh, don't worry, we're 3 days away from a deal. So, guys, lower your prices. Yeah, no, they're not. They're no longer believing Trump. Every time he did it, the effect was wearing off of his word. Like Trump will come out and say, we're 2 weeks away from a deal. Oil futures was drop. Now he comes out and says it. They don't even drop anymore like that. They're just pretty much saying, nah, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see before we just believe you.
That oil flows are actually returning. And until that happens, we're going to be in a pretty uncertain and dangerous spot when it comes to energy prices. And it does still look like we're looking at high gas prices this summer.
What is wild here that we just have to mention is like the Dow is at 50,000 plus. And yes, it's just ticked up a bit, but the two things don't always match, right? The way that people are feeling, having to pay for extra gas, and what's happening in the market. But let's talk tech, right? That is in the end.
People are feeling the high gas prices. The market cares about the AI boom.
Matt, it's good to have you here to explain all of this madness.
Yeah, God, it was a pretty good explanation on what's really about to happen in the next coming years that a lot of Republicans nor MAGA want to swallow. And that's just the hard fact is that we caused, like what this war caused, the damage this war caused in a couple of months is going to take years to fix. And that's something that wasn't really explained to them, sadly. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into this real quick. Tulsi, yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. Let's get into the left side of media. Tulsi's silent war was Gabbard's pushed out. So let's get into it. And it's on PBD. So let's get into it.
Tulsi Gabbard resigns.
So never mind. I thought we were starting off on the left with the Young Turks, but nope, we're going to keep it on the right. Oh, guys, make sure to smash that like button, guys. Let's get those likes up. Appreciate the support, guys, but let's get more people in on the conversation by smashing that like button, no matter if you're on Rumble or YouTube.
Tulsi Gabbard resigns as director of national intelligence. A lot of people were, creating rumors that this may be coming up, whether she could be the next one. Because who was it? It was Pam Bondi, and then who else was it? Kristi Noem. And so now
Cash was on the list.
Cash was on that.
Yeah, Cash was on the list, but somehow he hasn't been fired yet. And here's the thing, though, like the fact that Tulsi Gabbard, she said she resigned because her husband has bone cancer, it's pretty severe, so she wanted to be next to her husband. But the problem is, though, that people aren't really believing that 100% is because of what other Republicans like Laura Loomer and others were saying that, oh no, she's been forced out, she's been kicked out of the briefings, they're asking her to resign. They're asking her to resign, and if she don't resign, they're going to find a way to push her out. And due to the timing, this looks like how Tulsi Gabbard chose to take her way out without dissing the administration, without having too much criticism, and able to just walk away.
List, but this is official now. Pam Bondi, then Kristi Noem, and that's Tulsi Gabbard. Rob, this is it. Unfortunately, after having done a great job, Tulsi Gabbard will be leaving the administration on June 30th. Her wonderful husband, Abraham, has recently diagnosed with a rare form of bone cancer, and she rightfully wants to be with them, bringing him back to good health as they currently fight a tough battle together. I have no doubt he will soon be better than ever. Tulsi has done an incredible job, and we will miss her. Her highly respected Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Aaron Lucas, will serve as the Acting Director of National Intelligence, President Donald J. Trump. Vinny, what are your thoughts on this story?
Again, going back to the people that were just like automatically, Pat, everybody thinks that they know everything. It's like, oh my God, this is that piece. It's
like I don't want to jump off the cliff and say that, but here's the thing, though. It's just like it's so convenient. And then let's be real, the situation that she brought up, I mean, who could argue it? Yeah, I hope her husband recovers and all that good stuff too, but you can't really argue against a lady who's saying, look, I'm going out there for my husband and I got to resign. And we're looking at her like, yeah, look, okay, great. We wish you guys the best. You're in our prayers, but like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, they were calling for your resignation. And now all of a sudden here you are resigning, for your family. And we love that, but you see where this is kind of sus, right?
Like her husband,
being real.
And our prayers go to this guy and their families. Has freaking bone cancer. As if what? Is it a made-up story? Is it a made-up story?
I doubt
this is an actual thing that's happening. We know Tulsi. We're gonna pray for her. We're gonna pray for her husband and hope that they get through it. God willing. Okay. But the fact that everybody automatically, everybody, who was it? Laura Loomer, everybody like good riddance and good. It's like shame on anybody that was out there talking crap about her or her job or what she's doing. Mind you, this is a girl that left her party to come to help the president. And I don't know if anybody else is complaining about how safe and national intelligence. I feel pretty damn safe with her at the helm. And she's stepping down. All I can say, Pat, is she did a great job. God bless her. And I hope that the future for her and for her husband is good.
Adam.
I'll just say this as someone that my significant other, my ex-girlfriend, did have to go through cancer. And I know what it's like. And this is her husband. So I'll just say this, that some things are bigger than politics. Some things are bigger than business. Some things are bigger than anything in life. And I'm just going to take it at face value here that she legitimately stepped down because her husband, Abraham, is fighting a extremely rare form of bone cancer. So some things are just what they are. I'm sure there's going to be ridiculous storylines out there from the left and the right questioning what her loyalty is and what her agenda is. For me, until I hear anything substantive and different, I'm just going to say respect to you, Tulsi. Thank you for your service to this country. I hope you and your husband get through this. I hope he gets through this. And as someone that knows Tulsi, like we met,
respect to Tulsi Gabbard, like I said, serving the country in more than one way. I mean, she was a vet. She's a vet, aka served in our military, served as a DNI, and served as a congresswoman. So yeah, I mean, she's damn near served our country in every way, shape, and form at this point.
Tulsi, over the years, praying for you.
And my father, Pat, just really, really quick, because you hit on it. My father, his cancer went from lung to bone
to brain, and I'm telling people, if my mom was out, and by the way, how hard do you think the DNI is? She's out. She's never home. She's always out there. She's always at work. You have to be there for the person, okay? Because I'm pretty sure he's gonna be going through chemo and stuff.
Do you think this is the main reason why she stepped down?
I think right now, Pat, I think so.
You think, Tom, do you think this is the main reason why she stepped down? I have a hard time believing that. Don't get me wrong. I think Tulsi played a very important role in 2024 when she joined the team. I think Tulsi played a very important role, her and RFK, very, very important role while they were campaigning. Do I think this is really happening? Of course, 100%. Do I think this is the number one reason why they're stepping down? I don't think so. I think there's more to it. And I hate to be the guy that's going to go take that position, but I think it's more than that. Tom, what do you think?
So there were very credible news.
Me too. It's like, bro, you just can't sit there and ignore all the Republicans who are trying to force Tulsi Gabbard out because of her original assessment of Iran. When she sit there and said that Iran's not an imminent threat, they're not going after nukes, the religious fatwa seems to be hanging up. Like, yeah, ever since she made that assessment and Trump pretty much says, I don't give a damn, she don't know what she's talking about, she's been on the outside of the administration. And because of that, people have been pushing for her resignation. Now, all of a sudden, they're getting it. Now, like I said, and, Tulsi Gabbard didn't do it herself, and Trump didn't fire her. She's doing this. Remember, she's stepping out because of family trouble. Like I said, her husband got bone cancer. And, I mean, what can you do? You can't really argue against it. But the problem is just what happened before, how everybody was trying to push her out before all of this and how she's just taking her own way out, which is absolutely fine. I'm not going to sit here and put no duplicitous reasons behind her leaving because you can't. It's her husband.
Reports coming out over the last 2 weeks that the CIA had pulled back documentation, the hard copy files that DNI had pulled in, and Tulsi wanted to declassify documents. Remember, that was one of the discussion points, one of the promises, associated promises that was made to the American people, that we're going to be declassifying documents, we're going to be putting truth out there. And supposedly, Tulsi Gabbard and DNI were in the process of declassifying 2 weeks ago, I think it was, about that. Now, then they came out and said, no, our office wasn't raided. Well, wait, where did the story come from? There were credible news media out there that said the CIA pulled back documents. Then even Tulsi said, easy. It's really not all that. But there was too much around this, and too many people quoted, and too many folks that were on top of this, like Anna Paulina Luna, that were saying, wait a minute, we can't be doing this. So that didn't come out definitive, but there was too much talking about it. It sounded like something really was there. If that's what was going on, that would mean that somebody's out there trying to frustrate her ability to do her job. And if she was facing a silent war inside the, let's call the CIA what it is, establishment, and she's out there trying to do her job, I could totally see that weighing.
Oh, guys, let's not forget, before she resigned, the CIA pretty much, I don't know how they did it, but somehow they pulled rank on her, and she's above the CIA. She's director of national intelligence, and somehow the CIA was able to go into her office and take supposed to be declassified or unclassified documents, and that pertain to, I believe, COVID and JFK. They took those files, and for some reason, Tulsi Gabbard wasn't able to get those back. Now, all of a sudden, she's resigning. So it does look like there's a war inside the intelligence community. I see where he's getting that from.
Then your husband gets cancer. God bless you. I hope it's workable. I hope the Lord gives you great peace and strength during this time, Tulsi. I hope so. We know you. But if that was on there at the same time, I could see it coming together where she says, I'm going to tap out.
I'll just address sort of the opinion that you kind of shared, which is, all right, I said, listen, I'm taking this on face value that she went with her husband. At the same time, there is a chance that she's stepping away to, as they say, spend more time with the family, which was sort of planned. She might have been on her way out anyway, allegedly, and then this just might have just been the icing on the cake, so to speak. So it's almost like what came first, the chicken or the egg. But I do understand exactly what you're saying, is like she was also skating on thin ice, some may say, with the president.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say. The most important thing, almost like the Iran deal, not even in terms of deal, what will Iran actually do when the deal is done? The question is, when he's, God help him, healed, what will she do next? Will she go the stay aligned with Trump loyalist route, or will she go the burn it all to the ground, Joe Kent, Thomas Massey route? That to me is the question at this point.
So this is, I don't think that's the number one reason. I think it's either, because DNI, you have to realize DNI is above CIA. DNI is above CIA.
I think it heads DNI over like 18 different agencies.
So it's not like you think CIA likes being under DNI?
No, they want
Probably
to
not.
by themselves.
Hell no.
Control, right?
Hell no.
The establishment, Virginia farm boys?
How do you think CIA looks at DNI? How do you think CIA looks at DNI?
Like, who are you to
Who do
tell
you
us?
think you are?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Who
Get the hell
put
out of
these
here.
guys over us? And we've been doing this since we killed Kennedy.
Yeah. So I don't know if they like giving up that much power to somebody that comes in. And maybe she was trying to do what she was. I'll speculate a little bit. Let's just kind of speculate because oh my God, this is what I think. No, let's speculate. One is face value. The reason why she stepped down is husband, challenges, cancer. Great. I understand it. Tough, terrible situation. And we've been around business for a long time where things happen and people have to step away and go through things. But, so that's that. Number two is she felt like she couldn't get the job done. Okay, so that's number two. And she was kind of, her hands were, tied behind her back and she couldn't do anything. Number three is...
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure she wanted to look into the whole Charlie Kirk situation, and Joe Kent was trying to, as head of counterterrorism, trying to see if there was any foreign angle in there. FBI was stopping her. She's looking into intelligence on getting some documents declassified. CIA stops her. So it does seem like the entire intelligence community was going to war with Tulsi Gabbard. It's like kind of crazy. And then she was going speaking out against the war. So, I mean, that made the administration kind of go against her as well. So she's fighting two communities here, the Trump or MAGA, and she's also fighting the intelligence community.
That whole issue that happened with Joe Kent stepping down. And there was a story of Joe Kent going and meeting with Tulsi and also JD. I don't know if you remember when that story was released. There was a story about the fact that the three of them had a meeting together before his tweet and his resignation.
I remember that.
And they held a file for several months in the safe in her office.
Yeah. So that, that is automatically get you to, you think the president's automatically going to trust you? I don't know if he's going to trust with that taking place. So he gave you the job, and then that's what happens. And then Joe Kent comes, talks to you. And then when Tulsi was asked multiple times during the hearing, if you remember the answer she gave, I don't know if you remember the answer she gave. She said, do you agree with the president's decision? And then she said, the president made the decision based on the intel that we shared with him. It's not the answer. It was, do you agree with the president's decision? Do you stand with this? I do. Director, do you agree with the president makes the decision? Why do you guys even have jobs, right? So there was something that happened here, Rob. Can you play? Is it that clip? I don't know. It could have been that clip. Play the clip.
All right, now let's go ahead and move on from this one, and let's get ahead and get into the next couple of topics here. Let's go into Ben Gvir's sick mission to prevent peace in the Middle East, and then we're also going to get into Dems and Republicans panic over peace talks. Because for some reason on both sides, both Republican and Democrats, do not want the peace talks to go through for their own duplicitous reasons, of course. But all right, guys, let's get into Ben Gvir first. The guy who pretty much celebrated that Palestinians can be hanged for, acts of terrorism. And here's the thing. I'm okay with them, being punished for act of terrorism, but hanging them because they're Palestinian is a bit crazy. It's like pretty much saying if you go to jail for robbery and you're black, well, you get to be hanged, and it's only for black people. So if you do it as a white person, Asian person, Indian person, you just go to jail for regular time. If you do it as a black person, you get hung. That's pretty much what they did in Israel. And then to celebrate it, bro was popping champagne on his birthday. His wife gave him a cake with a noose on it. Sick stuff.
Gentlemen, I want the
and make sure to like the video, guys.
American people to understand who their masters are, okay? Who they are slaves to. That ugly gentleman that you see right next to me, that's your master. That's the guy who actually governs the country. That's Ben Gvir, a literal terrorist in Israel, who gets to dictate what our war aims happen to be. In fact, here he is explaining, take a look.
שהוא הדבר האמיתי, זה חיי אדם. הסכם רע למדינת ישראל יכול לפגוע בחיי אדם. אני יודע שראש הממשלה נתניהו וכולנו, כחברי קבינט, גם קבינט מצומצם, גם קבינט רחב, גם כממשלת ישראל, לא ניתן לדבר הזה לקרות. הסכם רע, זה הסכם.
What? Hold on, let me go back here. Let me read this out for you guys, because this is a bit crazy. Let's get into it.
Happen to be. In fact, here he is explaining. Take a look.
Because first of all, there's something called the real thing, which is human life. That agreement for Israel can harm human life. I know that the Prime Minister Netanyahu and all of us as members of the cabinet, both small cabinet and large cabinet, as the government of Israel, not allowed this to happen. But this is a bad agreement. This is an agreement that can harm the state of Israel, and we will not allow this to happen. It's a bad agreement. So he pretty much saying that the agreement that we was about to reach with Iran is a bad agreement. They cannot allow it to happen because it doesn't take care of the missiles that are a threat to them and the proxies that are a threat to them. And the U.S. would just be walking away, handling what would be a threat to us, what would be, I guess, their 60% enrichment. And the problem with Israel is that, well, they're upset with us because we're not handling their problems as well. So the whole reason why they even dragged us into this war is to take out Iran completely. They want regime change. You want to handle under enriched uranium. They want regime change and put boots on the ground.
When the Israelis were in absolute fear that there might be a peace deal between the United States and Iran. I mean, can you imagine the scariest thing in the world?
What if we stop the endless war?
Oh my gosh, that means less innocent people are going to be slaughtered.
And Israel takes less land? Yeah. No.
So let me read what he said to our audio listeners in case you missed the subtitles there. So again, that was Ben-Gvir. Here's what he said. First of all, there is something called the real thing, which is human life, something that Ben-Gvir, of course, has absolutely no respect for. A bad agreement for the state of Israel can harm human life. I know that Prime Minister.
Oh, guys, and if you can't read this right here, the reason why his statements are so concerning because he's the Israeli National Security Minister. So, yeah, he has a very high position.
Netanyahu and all of us members of the cabinet, both a small cabinet and a large cabinet, as the government of Israel cannot allow this to happen. But this is a bad agreement. This is an agreement that can harm the state of Israel, and we will not allow this to happen. But then they'll turn around and call us anti-Semites for saying that Israel controls our government. But how are you going to deny it when members of the Israeli government say that they control our government?
And by the way, the facts on the ground matter the most. So if he said they control our government, but he's Baghdad Bob, and we already made a peace deal with Iran, we've already left and pulled out our aircraft carriers, then he's ridiculous. And of course we don't control the government. Then all the propagandists here, otherwise known as reporters, can then fairly say, oh, this is just a minor part of the Israeli government. You guys are overblowing it. Now that's what they say about Ben-Gvir every time, even though he's one of the top 3 officials in Israel and definitely sets policy. And if his faction leaves, Netanyahu wouldn't have a government. That's been true for years. So that gives Ben-Gvir and Smotrich complete power. That our reporters actively lie to you to pay so that you don't find out what kind of genocidal freaks run Israel and how much they're in control. But then on top of that, so what actually happened on the?
Yeah, and guys, like I said, this is the guys who are Bibi Netanyahu's right-hand man. They're in his ear going like, bro, you cannot let the Americans come to this deal. You got to find a way to sabotage it. So yeah, one of the reasons why the peace deal fell apart is probably because of Israel and the neocons, of course. You know, your Mark Levins and Lindsey Graham, General Kane, those guys.
Brown. Well, Israel said they would not allow this agreement to happen, and it didn't happen. And we went back into war.
Oh, guys, make sure to like the video, guys. Let's see if we can go ahead and get those likes up. Let's get more people in on the conversation by smashing that like button.
Israel bombed Lebanon. We bombed Iran. Israel got exactly what they wanted. They said, who the hell do you think you are? You think you run your own country? No, it is not good for Israel. So we will ban America from doing it. Now, when we report that, our reporters in America will say, how dare you anti-Semites quote Israelis? You're not allowed to quote. It's like, you know what it reminds me of, Anna? It reminds me of that guy who was so ugly, the IDF soldier.
Which one?
He
wasn't even an IDF soldier. Wasn't he a settler in the West Bank?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
The guy with the weird teeth. Yeah.
Et cetera. The Israeli government put out a statement saying, if you publish this picture, it's anti-Semitic.
I agree.
He's so ugly that it's anti-Semitic for you to print his accurate picture. And that's what they're in essence saying about Ben-Gvir and Smotrich's points of view. And by the way, Netanyahu agrees with them 100%, has never veered from what Ben-Gvir and Smotrich have said.
That's right.
In terms of actual policy that Israel executes, Netanyahu agrees 100% with Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. And our liars say, no. Their words and actions are too ugly to print. If we told you the truth about them, then we'd be considered anti-Semites. Okay, I mean, that's the strangest thing in the world. But you just saw it with your own eyes. They definitely control us.
I want to go to the very last graphic here because despite the hundreds of billions of dollars in damage that the US and Israel have carried out against Iranian infrastructure, despite the hundreds of little girls who were slaughtered at an elementary school in Manab, Iran, in the opening salvos of this war, Trump would like Iran to normalize Israel or normalize their relations or relationship with Israel. I'm gonna read what he said. The enriched uranium, which he stupidly calls nuclear dust because he's a moron, will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location, with the Atomic Energy Commission or its equivalent being witness to this process and event. And then he says this, go to graphic 14. In speaking to numerous of the great leaders mentioned above, he lists the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, and Jordan. He says they would be honored as soon as our document is signed to have the Islamic Republic of Iran as part of the Abraham Accords. Wow, now that would be something special. No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
You wanna know why Saudi Arabia, for instance, even though the leadership of Saudi Arabia,
I mean, bro, the only way you're gonna get Iran in the Abraham Accords if you get a regime change. That's the only way.
total butt buddies with Israel. The reason why they haven't formally signed on to the Abraham Accords is because the people of Saudi Arabia loathe Israel. The people of Bahrain, Jordan, Syria, all over the Middle East loathe Israel. Just because you've installed puppet regimes, just because you've done dirty, corrupt deals with the leadership of these countries, doesn't mean that the people of these countries like the Israelis, because the Israelis have butchered them, slaughtered them, destroyed their countries, destabilized their countries, overthrown democratically elected leaders in conjunction with the United States. So yeah, like as much as they want to force this onto the people of the Middle Eastern countries that would be part of the Abraham Accords, they're not buying it. Because unlike here in the United States, where unfortunately there is a significant portion of this country that has been fooled by the pro-Israel propaganda, in the Middle East, everyone knows exactly what Israel is. It's a genocidal, colonialist state that seeks to continue expanding their borders.
Yeah, so that's obvious, it's on the map. The only people who are so blindingly stupid that they can't figure it out is American reporters. That's what they claim.
They're not stupid, James.
Of course, no, I'm making fun of them.
They're lying.
So that they come out and go, no, we're not stupid, we work for Israel. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so why don't you just admit it?
Now, what does irritate me about American reporters is that they'll report on this like this. They'll say, oh, if you say this thing about Israel, you're going down a line of anti-Semitism, it's a trope and all this good stuff, while Israeli media just straight up says it. So while the reporters for New York Times or the Times will sit there and try to say, oh no, Israel doesn't control our lobby, Israel doesn't control our politics. Well, the Israeli Times will sit there and tell you straight up, oh no, we pour millions upon billions of dollars into politicians and all that good stuff. While, the New York Times and other American reporters or American news organizations will sit there and try to cover up the genocide in Gaza and the numbers. Oh no, the Israeli Times, they'll tell you straight up, oh no, there's an 8-to-1 combatant civilian ratio going on. We're not doing very well at all there. We've killed almost about 70,000. So it's kind of crazy how Israeli media is more honest in reporting on their own country than our American media. And it kind of shows you where their loyalty lies. I'm like, hold on, so why can't you be just as honest as Israeli media about Israel?
So this is so over the top. So in fact, let me tell you real quick, After the Netanyahu call with Donald Trump over the weekend, we go back into war, and not only did we do bombing of Iran and they did bombing of Lebanon, but Trump has 3 new.
You know what? I say they would, because there, and the reason I say that, shout out to Jed. He's like, I wonder if Harris was doing this, would they be feeling the exact same thing? Yeah, because they was against what Biden was doing in Gaza. They was against what Obama was doing in Syria. So they've been pretty consistent on their like no intervention in the Middle East, or we just need to get the F out the Middle East and stop interfering in there. So shout out to the Young Turks on being consistent on that one. I think where the inconsistency would lie with them is that if Kamala Harris was the one doing tariffs, they'd be all about it.
Things that are part of the deal after the call, and I referred to 2 of them. Let me break them down as quickly as I can. Abraham Accords. What our lying media never tells you is, in order to sign the Abraham Accords, you have to say that you're going to normalize relations with Israel without Israel ending the occupation of the Palestinians. So Abraham Accords is not a peace deal. It's a deal to betray the Palestinians and give economic benefits to Israel. And only the leaders of countries like the UAE, Bahrain, and Sudan. So none of the people of their countries get any benefits. The Palestinians are totally betrayed. Only Israel gets the benefits. But here in America, you've never heard one cable news anchor tell you that. You've never seen it written.
Here's the thing though, like because Saudi Arabia was about to go into the Abraham Accord before, and this the reason why the Saudi Arabia pulled out is because Hamas, one of their main reasons on attacking on October 7th is that they believe that the Arab nations were going to turn their back on the Palestinians and sign the Abraham Accords. So they seen this as a last ditch effort to pretty much, show their will to the world pretty much. And that means committing to the atrocity that was October 7th. So guys, you could damn near say if we weren't trying to push these Arabs into the Abraham Accords, October 7th would have never happened, or they'd have had one less reason to commit to it. Because there's a lot of other reasons as well, like the Alexa Moss, and of course, the mistreatment of Palestinians.
In an article, they all say, oh, Abraham Accords, what a wonderful, beautiful piece of peace, right? So apparently Trump is calling for unity after another violent incident. And of course, depending on where you get your news, that story gets framed in completely different ways. On the right, they against Israel, and this peace deal is terrible. I don't know why we're doing this. This is a so-called Democrat. And finally, he's like, oh, but the Abraham Accords are wonderful. I hope everybody joins them. Oh my God. Okay, so our media is all liars. They never told you what the Abraham Accords actually are. So if it's totally unrealistic, it's an impossible standard. Those countries, if they sign the Abraham Accords, some of them will literally have a revolt the next day within their.
Literally, like, bro, I'm talking about these people who are under these Sunni monarchs will literally overthrow their own government, or at least try to. There's going to be tremendous blowback because, trust me, there's a lot of Palestinians living in these countries as well. And if they just completely ignore the Palestinian plight or the question, then yes, there's going to be terrorist blowback all throughout the Middle East because of them signing up to the Abraham Accords. So yeah, signing up for it would be a death sentence for a lot of these people, or a lot of these monarchies, or just for their social stability.
Countries,
yeah.
Okay?
And the whole point is to throw the Palestinians under the bus.
Of course. Yeah. And so again, they never report that, even though it is an empirical fact. Now, number 2, enriched uranium. The new standard is we want all of the enriched uranium out on day 1. But it's buried under the facilities we destroyed. It might take months to take it out. When you say I need it out on day 1, you're saying the war is not going to end for months. Okay, totally impossible standard. And finally, number 3 is Israel says we need an exemption for the ceasefire and for the peace deal for us to continue to attack Lebanon. Well, that's Iran's ally, and Iran is saying no, the war ends for everyone. Israel is saying no, everyone else should stop. But we get to keep attacking, and we get to keep southern Lebanon, and we get to keep doing war. You just are not allowed to defend yourself anymore. Well, who would sign that peace deal? That's not a peace deal. That's unilateral surrender to one of the most evil nations on earth. Nobody's gonna sign that deal. Exactly. So that's why after the Netanyahu call, peace is totally eviscerated, just like Ben-Gvir told you. Ben-Gvir said, this is not good for Israel.
Yeah, sorry about the freezing, guys. Apparently, like I said, we got a storm going on here, so the internet's a bit choppy. Usually it's not like this, but I mean, what can you do, man? It's raining cats and dogs outside. Oh, and make sure to like the video, guys. Appreciate the support.
So we will not allow it to happen. And they didn't allow it to happen. And golly gee, every mainstream media reporter missed it. Oh, how did we miss the giant news story about who's in charge of this and how the one country that wants war keeps getting war? Literally every other nation on earth, including the American people, including the Iranian people, the Lebanese, everyone wants peace. Every single nation on earth wants this war to be over, except one, Israel.
Then give them a reason to want to end it. That's it. That's the only way. Negotiating with the United States is laughable. Okay, the US isn't gonna do anything for you.
Yeah, Iran, you should negotiate with Israel. Honestly, America's useless.
Don't even go.
It was just a stumbling.
I'm weak. They're basically saying, look, bro, Ron, what's the point of negotiating with America when they literally just go whatever Israel says? You might as well negotiate with Israel, and maybe if y'all work something out there, America will follow, which is absolutely insane, but it's kind of looking what that's kind of the reality. Like, come on, that is kind of the reality. Every time BB wanted to get in the way of this peace deal, he's been able to. Every time he wanted to basically put a ceasefire on a thread, or have it hanging on by a thread, he's been able to do so. So honestly, we can't check the Israelis. Yeah, I agree. The Iranians might as well talk to the Israelis, and whatever they agree to, we'll agree to. But it doesn't seem like Iranians could talk to us, because we always got to check in with the Israelis to see if they'll accept it. And that's asinine, because their interests is obviously outside of ours, obviously. All right, though, let's go ahead and get into the next video here. And guys, like I said, let's make sure to like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by liking that video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Appreciate the support. Or if you're watching on Kick or Twitch, make sure to follow.
I don't know, like something demonic possessing their soul. I don't understand. People like Mark Levin, I don't understand. Roger Wicker in the Senate, Ted Cruz, and these people are all lashing out at the president. They don't know anything. How many people do you think are being paid by Israel? How many people do you think are being paid by foreign countries? Like, by the way, not just Israel, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, whatever. Like, how many of these tweets, because you saw all these tweets go like literally mechanically, you know, like we don't like it because it's not good for Israel. Like,
that's crazy. Mike Pompeo, the deal being floated with Iran seems straight out of the Wendy Sherman, Robert Malley, Ben Rhodes playbook. What? And guys know it. I'm not even going to try to track that. But like, pay the IRGC to build a weapon of mass destruction program and terrorize the world. What? Okay, bro. Okay. So pretty much because you want to give them, you know, their money back, release sanctions for the enriched uranium that these guys have been fear mongering on. Now it's just allowing them to build weapons of mass destruction. Okay, bro. Okay. Not remotely American first, bro. This whole war is not American first. Starting this was not America first. So there goes your point there. But not remotely America first is straightforward. Open the damn strait. Deny any access to, deny Iran access to money. Take out enough Iranian capability so it can't threaten our allies in the region. Overdue. Let's go. And that's the problem, because he would be looking at the destruction of the entire Middle East if we used to commit to his plan. That's the problem with a lot of these guys. They really don't care about the end result. They just want a regime change. And here's the thing. Like I said, if the only way we're going to get that enriched uranium without putting boots on the ground is to give these guys sanctions. And if you want to, and if that's not it, then okay, let's see if we can resume strikes and let's see if we can get them in the mood then. And if that's not the case, then we're most likely have to put boots on the ground. And if y'all don't want to do that, then I'm sorry. You're just going to have to go ahead and start giving up sanctions. If you truly care about getting the enriched uranium, because now Damascus is falling off. You're seeing that a lot of them don't really care about the enriched uranium. They really just want regime change, AKA continuous war with Iran and boots on the ground.
I want what's good for America. I need my party to win here in this country.
Well, Benny, if you wasn't cheerleading this conflict, you actually got behind this whole, oh, no, we should be against this war, we might have been able to get Trump to change course, seeing that you're one of the biggest people in this whole MAGA influencer sphere. The fact that you didn't want to follow this up by saying, yo, this is against the war, this is against America first. Be real with you. You're kind of one of the main reasons we're here. When you honestly could have, you know, spoke out against this, you'd have been the best voice to do so. But you didn't. And now you're bitching in the aftermath. Well, all of us was been saying this out loud since day one.
If you want to go be Israeli, or you want to go live in Saudi Arabia or Qatar or the UAE or Oman, you should go do that.
There you have conservative commentator Benny Johnson absolutely shell-shocked over the realization that several right-wingers were absolutely absolutely furious over the notion that Trump might be signing a peace deal with Iran. Now, it was all—
Hold on, guys. I see this showing up so choppy on your side, bro. It's almost disrespectful. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take it off and I'm gonna put it back on. So bear with me, because it's disrespectful how choppy this thing is. Like, I can't do that to y'all. So we're gonna bring it back up. Give me like a quick little second. Make sure you double tap that screen like the video. Hopefully this fixed the choppiness, because Jesus Christ, man. Oh yeah. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, or just want to support the show, feel free to send a gift or a super chat.
all meant to dupe all of us because as Trump was claiming that there was a peace deal on the horizon, he then turned around and attacked Iran with strikes that killed 4 of their soldiers. But Jake, Benny Johnson surprised at the Republicans who want more war. There are Democrats who are surprised at the Democratic leadership and lawmakers who want more war. But the uniparty exists, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's hilarious that they're surprised by it. These sons of bitches on both sides have been selling us out. What did you think 94% of Congress meant? I mean, obviously it has to include both parties, but don't worry, we have receipts. We're about to show you both Republicans and Democrats in different ways pushing for more war that Israel has ordered. And look, it's Israel's top allies in Congress. What a surprise. Let's show you.
So why don't we begin with how Republicans reacted when Trump claimed that there might be a peace deal nearly completed with Iran. So first you have Lindsey Graham, who said, if a deal is struck to end the Iranian conflict because it is believed that the Strait of Hormuz cannot be protected from Iranian terrorism and Iran still possesses the capability to destroy major Gulf oil infrastructure, then Iran will be perceived as being a dominant force requiring a diplomatic solution.
Yeah.
That's right. Good job, Senator Graham. Good.
Yeah, bro. I'm glad you put that together. Yes, because we don't have escalation dominance and we don't want to just completely decimate the Middle East economically. We might actually have to sit down and talk to them. Yeah, thank you for finally figuring that shit out.
Job. This combination of Iran being perceived as having the ability to terrorize the Strait in perpetuity and the ability to inflict massive damage to Gulf oil infrastructure is a major shift of the balance of power in the region, and over time will be a nightmare for Israel. Yeah, good job. That was actually the only time I've seen him do accurate analysis of the situation.
Literally.
And guess what? You are the cause of the quagmire the United States finds itself.
That's probably the most I'm being real with you. That was probably the most insightful take I have ever heard from Lindsey Graham when it comes to this war, any war. The fact that he just said it out loud like that, I'm like, okay, so you do understand what's happening. You're just kicking and screaming and crying about it. All right, man, keep it going. I ain't mad at it. Like I said, I don't want us to be embarrassed on the world stage, but y'all pushed us into this and this is the result of it. So I guess we can blame y'all on this one. At least I stood on the side of, hey, this is a dumb idea. We shouldn't be getting into this war. But no, you guys want to push it. Now look where we're at. But I mean, hey, like I said, guys, we can end it today. It's going to take some time, but we can recover.
As a result of this war, he cheerled this war. I mean, did he not know that Iran had already been threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz?
Oh, literally, pom-poms in the air, shaking that ass in a circle for this war.
If the US launches a war against it, because they kept warning about it. In fact, actual sound military analysts had been warning about it. Few members of Trump's administration allegedly were warning him about it. Yeah. But Senator Graham is shocked. Oh my God, this is a terrible outcome. So what is his solution? Like, that's what I want to know, Cenk. What is your solution, Senator Graham? You can't find your way out of the closet and you have the audacity to give advice on what we should do with military activity against Iran? What do you want to do? What exactly does he, seriously though, we don't, let me say it slowly so this moron can understand it. We don't have the military capacity to force open the Strait of Hormuz. I know we spend trillions of dollars on our military. I know that we overspend on these defense contractors, but we don't have the military capability. Why is that? Because Iran is more formidable than anyone would have. Then Graham would have anyone believe, okay? So the military there is not some small issue, it's a big issue. We don't have the hundreds of thousands of troops it would take to go in, invade Iran, force open the Strait of Hormuz, and then overthrow the regime, which is what he actually wants. We don't even have enough missile interceptors right now to effectively defend ourselves or our Gulf allies. So what exactly does Senator Graham?
Yeah, sorry guys. Apparently I cannot stop this from, well, doing what you're seeing is doing right now, which is acting a complete fool. Yeah. But bear with me, guys. Like I said, it's just probably just for today since we're having this storm out here. Like I said, it got the internet acting crazy. But the video on my side is good, but for some reason, this just gets choppy. I don't know. I might have to just refresh the whole page. You know what? Is that possible? F it. Hold on.
Iran is more formidable than anyone would have. Then Graham would have anyone believe, okay? So the military there is not some small issue. It's a big issue. We don't have the hundreds of thousands of troops it would take to go in, invade Iran, force open the Strait of Hormuz, and then—
Bro, hundreds of thousands, yeah, for a 1,000,000-man army that only got AK-47s. We outmatched them in every way, shape, and form, but maybe not by numbers, but by skill. But yeah, we're gonna need hundreds of thousands of troops to handle that 1,000,000-man army and the civilians that they're giving guns to that's willing to fight us.
Overthrow the regime, which is what he actually wants. We don't even have enough missile interceptors right now to effectively defend ourselves or our Gulf allies. So what exactly does Senator Graham propose we do? That's what I want to know.
Well, you know, if you watch my live videos from over the weekend when I was covering the back and forth on this, you'd know, because Lindsey Graham went on to say the correct answer, of course, is more war. And we have to finish the job. If we finish the job after what, years of ground troops in Iran, we're gonna get regime change. He doesn't care how many Americans die.
Of course not. They're not Israelis.
They're not Israelis. It doesn't matter. So look, guys, nowadays when I look at these over the top statements of Israel's supporters, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, I just start wondering what kind of blackmail they have on that particular person. Like Lindsey, we all already know your proclivities. If that's the only blackmail they have and they've already given you gobs of money, I mean, it's not worth it, brother. If it's underage, hey, that's a different thing. Okay, so I assume most of the blackmail they have is underage for most of these guys, but you'll see. So Lindsey Graham's a Republican. You got more Republicans and more Democrats.
Let me give you the second half of what he wrote, because it's like, you can't be this stupid, but maybe he is. He says also, it makes one wonder why the war started to begin with if these perceptions are accurate. I personally am a skeptic of the idea that Iran cannot be denied the ability to terrorize the Strait and the region cannot protect itself against Iranian military capability. It is important we get this right. God, you are. I'm just gonna keep going. Ted Cruz is next. I'm deeply concerned about what we are hearing about an Iran deal being pushed by some voices in the administration. President Trump's decision to strike Iran was the most consequential decision of his second term. He is right to do so, and we achieved extraordinary military results, including destroying all of their missiles and drones and
yeah, no, we didn't destroy all of their missiles and drones. According to our own CIA, they still got 70% of their pre-war stockpile. I mean, we didn't well, bro, their missiles and drones. I'm sorry, but we didn't even get nowhere near touching their drones, nor did we get nowhere near destroying all of their missiles and sinking their entire navy, bro. We're fighting kamikaze speedboats, drone kamikaze speedboats in the Strait of Hormuz right now. Yeah, apparently 60% of our army consisted of, well, speedboats.
Sinking their entire navy. Did we, Ted? Did we? Because it sure doesn't seem like it. According to, by the way, even reporting from Zionist-owned media here in the United States, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, all of these legacy media outlets have been reporting about Iran's military capability and how they've been able to retain most of their missiles and drones. So I know you're not sending your daughter to fight on the ground in Iran. So you're not worried about her losing her life as a result of a devastating war that's being fought on behalf of Israel, not on behalf of the United States or the American people. But I would wonder how he would react to the idea of sending his own daughter to fight on the— No. I mean, who knows? He might be totally fine with it. He was willing to throw his own wife under the bus when Trump insulted her and called her ugly.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, if it's for Israel, maybe Ted will sacrifice anything. I mean, the only thing he won't sacrifice is his own ass, of course.
I mean, he's already sacrificed his dignity, that's for sure.
Yeah, but as you see, yes, these Democrats, bro, not Democrats, but these Republicans, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, these Israel first guys, yeah, they don't want a peace deal. They don't care about the enriched uranium. All they care about is forcing regime change in Iran and sacrificing American lives to, help out Israel. I mean, that's all what they always supported. And hopefully this is a mask off moment for a lot of you guys. Hopefully.
So he says, if the result of all of this is to be an Iranian regime still run by Islamists who chant death to America, now receiving billions of dollars, being able to enrich uranium and develop nuclear weapons and having effective control over the Strait of Hormuz, then that outcome would be a disastrous mistake. Well,
yes, getting into this war was a disastrous mistake because we wouldn't have to deal with any of this. None of this would be even like conceptualized. None of this would even be happening right now if we never got into this war. You know this, right? If we never stepped into this war, we wouldn't have to be dealing with none of this as an outcome. I mean, we pretty much walked into this war and damn near made Iran better. It was supposed to make America great again, but it's like, I mean, I guess it's MAGA again, make Iran and Israel great again. Because Iran walks out as a superpower, and Israel, well, I'll be real with you, they're kind of, I ain't gonna lie, they're kind of left eating shit on this one. Because one, the regime that they wanted most gone is still in power. They'll still be able to fund their proxies, and they still have the missiles that were able to F up Israel in the 12-day war.
That's the outcome, and you're not providing any solutions. Simply restarting or reigniting a bombing campaign against Iran isn't gonna work, and Iran has cards to play. So sorry, you're not the king of the world. You don't get to snap your fingers and get everything you want. And yeah, this is devastating for the global economy, devastating for the American people. We're now in a quagmire on behalf of whom? What are we getting out of this? Nothing. But Israel's happy, right? Yeah. That's what you were elected for, to please your masters. Congratulations.
So apparently Trump is calling for unity after another violent incident. And of course, depending on where you get your news, that story gets framed in completely different ways. It's a great deal. And I almost think you're analyzing the comments too much. The simple explanation is, I work for Israel. Israel wants war. So I'm outraged that we're gonna do peace. I demand that Americans fight this war and pay for this war. Did I do well enough? Where's my check, daddy? Right?
So this is what I want to know. This is what I want to know.
And the blackmail on him.
They are telling you to your face, Americans. They are telling you to your face day in and day out. And so I want to understand, are you just going to take it?
No, for real though. It's like they're literally telling you guys to your face, yo, F what we were telling you guys about that enriched uranium. We know you guys don't want to put boots on the ground. We know we didn't tell you guys regime change, but guess what? That's what we actually want. We want regime change, so we've been lying to you guys the whole time. Oh yeah, and we want to put boots on the ground. So we don't even really have all the fears that you guys have about putting boots on the ground. They don't care. Whatever it takes to get Iran's regime out of power, they will commit to. That's the difference between you and them. But all right.
Okay with the government picking your pockets to fight Israel's wars to your detriment? You're okay with that?
That's definitely happening. That's not a question.
It's happening every day. And I literally cannot stomach it. But we literally have people in this country right now. They're not Israelis, they're not Jews, they don't care about Israel at all. But their brain is so rotted from the partisan BS that all they can think about is, oh, well, my daddy is in charge, not Biden. Biden was bad when he did it, but my daddy is in charge. So I'm gonna go with what daddy wants to do. Okay, you want daddy to pick your pockets, that's great. I don't want Trump picking my pockets for Israel. Okay, I don't want that. I don't want American soldiers dying for Israel. I don't want the global economy to be destroyed for Israel.
I got bad news for you. Daddy is Israel's bitch. Okay, so when he's not at home, he's got different accoutrements that Israel has put on him as they walk him around the apartment. Anyways, guys, look, there's two different ways to frame things, right? So, for example, before we get to the Democrats here, Israel has taken at least $320 billion from Americans, right? Now, there's you could say, hey, that is an enormous sum of money. What did we get for the $320 billion? I mean, that is a mountain of money, right? Mm-hmm. Well, we got our nuclear secrets stolen. We got our USS Liberty attacked. Yep. We got our nuclear triggers stolen. We got our uranium stolen. We paid for $8 trillion worth of wars against all of their neighbors, etc. Now that looks like a robbery to me, that we got robbed and our money, tons of our money, were sent to a foreign nation. And it's not like it was like Bush's AIDS program in Africa, where, oh my God, we fought malaria, we fought AIDS, and we actually saved a lot of lives. We actually kill people. Israel uses our money to kill people, not to save people. And so it has slaughtered now over 100,000 people just in this conflict alone, in Palestine, Lebanon, and in Iran. But our media goes, no, that's not a robbery. That's because they're our special ally.
Right.
What does that even mean?
They're not allies.
No, that's just them saying, we're gonna cover up the robbery so you don't notice, so that Israel can rob you even more. And that's exactly what's happening right now.
That's right. So last Republican I'll go to is John Bolton.
You know what's so crazy? You know, like really really puts it out there, really exemplifies it. It's the fact that when pretty much the Israel lobby or a bunch of Jewish pro-Israeli billionaires pulled up and bought Thomas Massie, like pretty much bought his seat for $38 million. How everybody was trying to sit there and say, well, what about Saudi Arabia? What about Qatar? What about how much they donate? I'm like, all right, great. Well, give me an example where Qatari billionaires in Chinese billionaires or UAE billionaires came in and put millions of dollars behind a primary seat so they can get a yes vote for their country. Please tell me where they did that. And you can't point to it. You can point to where they put money into their lobbying for corporate interest, but they're not out here buying seats like Israel is. And that's just the fact of the matter. And we're talking about, but bringing up foreign investment doesn't really go along with the argument here, because we're talking about a group of American pro-Israeli Jewish billionaires that put money into this election, an exorbitant amount of money, 38 billion, the most expensive primary in American history. They broke a record. And you're trying to tell us that that's not a problem, and you're trying to bring up foreign influence when this influence is inside our country, and the money came from people who live inside of our country who just have an ideology that's pro-Israel. And when we call that out, you want to talk about what other countries are giving? Sorry, but that's not a relevant argument right now. We're talking about the ones inside of our country. The money came from inside of our country, not from Israel. But all right.
What he had to say when he was in absolute fear that there might be a peace deal between the US and Iran.
Well, I hope the negotiations break down, because every day that goes by is a gift to Iran. It gives them 24 more hours to recover from the pummeling they took during the 6 weeks of US-Israeli attack. It gives them time to try and reconstitute their government, which increasingly looks dysfunctional in decision-making capability. And it postpones the day of reckoning, ultimately, when the threat that they pose to control over the Strait of Hormuz is resolved in a way that they never come back and do it again. I think the ceasefire was a mistake. I think these negotiations are a mistake. I think we're on the verge of something that ultimately history will decide was a catastrophic loss for the United States.
Yeah, I reacted to this last night, and I was just like, yep, complete mask off moment. Like I said, it's not about, getting to a peace deal. It's not about their enriched uranium. It's literally about regime change to them. They want the complete destabilization of Iran. And we got to recognize that and separate ourselves from it. And I think MAGA needs to get hit real quick, because these are the guys you've been following off a cliff.
We have done significant damage to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and right now we're letting them undo the damage, and that is a real tragedy, not just for us, but for the people in the region too.
So the war criminal who cheerled the absolute destructive, devastating war against Iraq, how did that work out, is now giving us advice on what should be done in the war against Iran. And the same failures, Cenk, sorry to interrupt you, but the same failures over and over again, they just get laundered and their talking points get recycled. CNN is happy to have them. He's an expert. John Bolton, the warmonger, the failure who lied us into other wars that devastated our own country, put us into tremendous amounts of debt. His reputation laundered and invited back on cable news, invited back on to share his expert analysis as a loser, failure warmonger. Thanks, CNN, I appreciate it.
During the Iraq war, at every disastrous turn, John Bolton said, we just need to go a little further in.
Right, yeah.
If we go further in, then we'll get to victory. Now, after a decade, we never got to victory. We only got to more and more devastating losses for the American people. And he grinned throughout and he loved it because it was on behalf of his benefactor, Israel. Now,
he's heard the phrase further in over and over again from the women in his life, but little did they know there wasn't much left to go in with.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah, there is that.
But I just want to go back to one quick thing that Anna said. So remember when mainstream media said after the Iraq war, we have learned our lesson. Well, okay, we got lied into that war, and well, we're never going to make that lesson again. Make that mistake again. Now they're like, oh, we have intelligence on weapons of mass destruction. Same exact lie as Iraq, and all the press is like, oh my God, Iran can have a nuke. Iran can have a nuke. This is all about the nukes. And then the same stupid liar who was 100% wrong about Iraq, they're like, bring him back on. Bring him back on. Don't let anybody on that's for peace. But only the warmongers who we know are totally wrong and work for Israel, they're allowed back on so they could push for more war.
That's right.
Who made that decision at CNN?
Well, let's save a little bit of the heat for the Democrats.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Dems, they have a very sneaky way of supporting the war. Like they will outright say they support it, especially CNN. They will outright say they have support for it, but they will let on all the people who do. And you know what? It kind of works out double for them. They can sit there and show their hidden support while also making the Republicans look like the worst type of warmongers in history. So yeah, I mean, look, they're getting all the benefits in the world with the Republicans pretty much pushing this war.
Side, because if you're under the impression that it's just the Republicans that are cheerleading for more war against Iran, despite the fact that we've already lost and bombing Iran isn't really going to accomplish anything, let's go to the Democrats. I actually want to start off with Cory Booker. Let's take a look. This is B3.
So we haven't had an official briefing, but this is what I'm seeing that has me so outraged right now, is the president said he went into this to deal with their nuclear program. This does not deal with that. Before he became president the first time, they had no highly enriched uranium. They had sent it out. Now they have it because of him. Number two is he criticized roundly that the deal that got rid of their nuclear program, or at least their highly enriched program, involved getting $50 billion for Iran. Well, already the president's balance sheet is letting more than $14 billion go through, that during this conflict, he allowed them to sell oil. Yep. And this deal alone.
I mean, yeah, they're selling oil. They're getting fees from the control of the strait, and yes, they are selling their oil, which was at 40. Now they're selling it at 90, and so is Russia. Russia used to be selling their oil at a low price, but guess what? Now they're upping it. Yes, they're upping their sales to $90 per barrel. So Russia's been making a lot of money too to fuel their war machine.
Easing of sanctions on Iran, allowing them to get billions of more. The same deal he criticized, he's already doing worse than. Giving Iran more money, as he has said, will allow them to do things like fuel their terrorist proxies. That's why this war is wrong. He's got us in a situation that's worse than it was.
Fantastic. I mean, are you going to say that it was wrong when Obama did it as well, or are you just going to be inconsistent? Because that's what I want to know. Are you going to say it was wrong for Obama to do it as well, or you can be inconsistent? Or is your argument that, well, he shouldn't have judged the Obama deal so harshly if he was going to do the same damn thing? Which, I'm be real with you, I would be in agreement with him.
Before a more extreme regime, the Strait of Hormuz now is a leveraging point for them. This weak nation has put America in a stalemate, and Donald Trump is being played as a fool that he is for getting us into this in the first place.
Now, if Jake Tapper was an actual journalist, he would ask a follow-up, right? And that follow-up would be, okay, I see what you're saying here. This isn't a deal that looks good for the US or for Israel, the country I actually care about. So what do you purport we do? What's the solution to this? Because you should want to know, well, what are the military options? Is there a military option to force open the Strait of Hormuz? Cory Booker hasn't even thought about that because it doesn't matter. What matters is the talking points that Israel hands to him along with the millions of dollars he takes in their bribes.
Or he could have asked them, wait, it sounds like you're saying you don't want a peace deal because you're saying we didn't destroy their nuclear program enough. We shouldn't unfreeze their assets.
Yeah.
And that
I know, right? Pretty much saying like, hold on, you're against this war, but you're not, you're pushing for the conclusion of it. You're just criticizing it. Just because it's Trump. I mean, bro, if you really care about this war being ended, then you should shut the F up on your whole criticism of Trump right now and just be like, oh no, Trump should accept this deal. It's like an Obama deal 2.0. It'd be a great decision. #Obama. And he'd have been able to sell like that. Now it just it does make it seem like, dog, you sound like you don't want this war to end. And you only don't want it to end because it made Trump's look bad. And I mean, let's be real, bro. That's not a good reason to want a war to continue for political reasons.
is being played for a fool if he makes this deal. So it sounds like you're against the peace deal. But Jake wouldn't want to clarify that because then you might find out Cory Booker works for Israel.
That's right.
And then you might find out Jake Tapper works for Israel. Okay, anyways, so in this case though, look at how, God, they're wonderfully sophisticated, and you're gonna see it in the other clips too. Now, for the Democrats, the Israelis say your talking point is to say that Donald Trump is gonna look like an idiot if he does this deal. Oh, we haven't won yet, and he's gonna look like such a loser. Ha ha. Don't say that you're against the peace deal, because then they'll be on to you, right? Pretend you're for a peace generically, but torpedo this particular deal and rub it into Trump, and that'll help Israel. That is why, except for Ro Khanna, everyone on air, both Democrats and Republicans this weekend on cable news, were against the peace deal.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz is next. Let's go to B4.
I am concerned and frustrated over, again, another potential deal, a negotiation where we're going to unfreeze Iranian assets and give them billions of dollars to be able.
I mean, yes. If you want the enriched uranium, then yeah, we got to give them some money back. If you don't want it, then I mean, all right, we can keep on with kinetic strikes and see what we can get from there. But that's, I mean, real, that's going to lose more. That's going to be loss of more American lives and taxpayer money. And if you don't want to do it through that means, then what? Boots on the ground regime change? Because there's really only two options to get this enriched uranium out. It's either diplomatic means or we are going back to war with these guys. And I'd rather do it through diplomatic means. I think most Americans would rather do it too. They'd rather get this war over with and get back to normalcy. But not these people for some reason.
To control proxies again and to rebuild their ballistic missile program, never mind their drone program, which is incredibly deadly, and they've been increasing their drone capability. So this is deeply concerning. And look, I'm glad that Iran, their capability militarily has been degraded, but if what we get from this initial deal is just going back to where we were before, where Iran did not control the Strait of Hormuz, then what has been accomplished?
I'm not surprised at the commentary coming from the likes of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. And you're right, Cenk. You just made a really good point about how none of these Democrats specifically are asked whether or not they'd like the war to end, whether or not they want a peace deal to begin with.
So the beginning of that interview,
because they secretly don't, because I mean, one, they low-key support the war, and also two, because this war is hurting the Republicans. And like I said, why stop your enemy while they're making a mistake? Come on now, let's be real. It's the best strategy for them to employ as of right now. As slimy as it is, as deceptive as it is, it's gonna work.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz says, now I'm for peace. And then she goes on to say what we just showed you. So a normal follow-up, if you're an actual reporter or anchor, would be, wait, you just said we have to destroy their, not only not unfreeze their assets, which is part of the peace deal, so you're against the peace deal. And by the way, she said we'd be giving them billions of dollars. No, but wait, we're not giving them anything. We're unfreezing their assets, which we have effectively stolen at this point.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, any oil that they traded in US dollars, so yeah, we're able to sanction it. I mean, take it. And it's not really ours, but we just keep it away from them in different banks around the world. Like we got some money held up in our bank, some money held up in Qatar. And if we was to release the sanctions, then we'd have to give that money back to them for the enriched uranium. Pretty much what Obama did, but nobody's trying to do a JCPOA 2.0. Well, I know maybe we in the chat are, but the administration not really, because Trump is going to get a lot of heat from the neocons and the pro-Israeli guys.
We'd unsteal their money. Okay, but let's put that aside. I mean, that's asking for too much from a mainstream media anchor. They don't know anything about anything. So that okay. But then she made it super clear. Plus, we haven't destroyed their ballistic missiles enough and their drones enough, and they still control their proxies. Wait a minute, that is the most hardcore right-wing Israeli position, that we have to continue the war until every drone is destroyed and Iran doesn't have their own foreign policy. Israel controls their foreign policy, hence they're not allowed. You know what another word for proxies is? Allies. So they're like, how dare Iran have its own sovereign allies? Israel must have their allies. But the anchor's like, okay. No follow-up questions from any of the CNN anchors. As the Democrats, make an argument for war that they are theoretically against. And yet none of the anchors noticed. That's amazing. That standard that Debbie Wasserman Schultz laid out is more extreme than Trump's standard.
We've got two more videos, one with an Israeli firster, the other with a Democrat who actually has the right take. Let's go to B5. This is Jake Auchincloss.
I'm actually going to use the words of Republicans who have been weighing in the last 48 hours. 4 current senators, 2 former cabinet officials have said the Ayatollahs will have won a significant victory. This is a disastrous mistake, not worth the paper it's written on, makes Iran a dominant force. Iran will hold all the cards and the strait. We are paying them to build a nuclear weapon and terrorize the world. Of course, that's Republicans who are trying to watch their words out of a sense of supplication to the president. What Democrats are saying is not fit for cable TV. This is a catastrophe. This has been Operation Epic Failure.
But did Auchincloss at all try to convince the administration to pump the brakes on a war with Iran, given the fact that all of these warnings were made about Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz, Iran attacking US military bases in Gulf countries, Iran attacking.
Yeah, that's what infuriates me is when people sit here and act surprised, and I'm like, they kind of told us they were going to do this. You guys knew they were going to do this. You betted on the fact that we can take them out before they even did it. And well, yeah, I'll be real with you. They were wrong on that assessment. So now we're here dealing with the consequences of, well, giving a wrong assessment.
Oil and gas.
Trump should have just listened to our own intelligence, but he said he wanted to go with the Mossad.
Infrastructure in the Gulf countries in response to US attacks. These were all warnings ahead of the war starting. Was Auchincloss, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Cory Booker, were they raising alarm about that to prevent the war from starting in the first place?
The only Democrat I remember, no, 2 Democrats I remember fighting against it, Ro Khanna and Bernie Sanders. The rest of them, well, conveniently couldn't be found. But the minute we have a potential peace deal, they're all over cable news.
All over cable news.
Oh, it's not good enough. We didn't destroy Iran enough. Trump's a fool if he signs this peace deal. By the way, you know what Auchincloss said later in the segment? That it would be unacceptable to vote for Graham Plattner. Wait, Graham Plattner is the Democratic nominee for the Senate.
Oh, guys, if you haven't already, make sure to like the video, or especially if you're coming on your way in here, make sure to not double tap the screen, but smash that like button. Appreciate the support, guys. Any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. Let's see here, man, we still got a long time to go. Oh, and shout out to Josh, who just pulled up in the chat.
In Maine, he's like, no, you should vote against them. You should vote for the Republican. Why? Graham Plattner doesn't work for Israel. So he wants his own Senate candidate to fail because his Israeli handlers have told him this, who cares about your own stupid party or your stupid country? You serve us. And he's like, yes, Graham Plattner is a Nazi. I can't believe everyone who opposes Israel is a Nazi. Let's do more war for Israel, right? And you're gonna be shocked to find out, and I can't believe the CNN anchors didn't point this out, Auchincloss has gotten over $900,000 from the Israeli lobby.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't change anything.
Slight influence doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Not control at all. It's just a coincidence that all of the Democrats and all of the Republicans on there this weekend all wanted war that Israel wanted, except one.
Except one, yep. Let's hear what Ro Khanna had to say. This is the right take.
Do you support the negotiations with Iran right now?
I do. I appreciate the president is negotiating.
Bro, look, I disagree with Rohan on a lot, but I gotta admit, bro, the man consistent. The man is low-key consistent, man. I gotta respect that. He doesn't flip-flop. He's like, once you know his position, he stands on his position. He is like the Democrat version of Thomas Massie. No wonder they teamed up to release the Epstein files. And he's one of the only Democrats that take no AIPAC money. So shout out Rohana. Like I said, I never vote for Democrat my damn self, but I mean, respect to the Democrats who do vote for Rohana. I respect.
I've said if he negotiates, I will support him. I'm not partisan in that way. I never thought we should have gone to a war in the first place. The question is he going to get a better deal than Obama? Obama had 97% of the enriched uranium out. Let's see what the details are. And is he going to get them to commit to not building or enriching any more uranium? But I've always been for a diplomatic solution. And I'm glad that the president finally seems to be rejecting the Lindsey Graham wing of the party and sitting down and trying to get this war to end.
Dude, I've been for a diplomatic solution since day one because I knew war with Iran wasn't going to get us what we wanted. But for some reason, people kept pushing it, thinking that we were going to get what we want. And now Iran has more cards in this war than what they started out with. And that's just me being honest about it.
Would you be supportive of a short-term deal that doesn't directly address the nuclear program but allows for more negotiations?
The answer to your question is yes. I do believe we need a negotiated deal. Thomas Massie and I, as he mentioned, actually had the Iran War Powers Act 2 months ago. We would have avoided this war. Food prices wouldn't have gone up. Gas prices wouldn't have gone up, and we could have done this negotiation. But I've always said that I would support negotiation, and it's time for this war to end.
So, Anna, I just want to say two things. One, it's good to show those Ro Khanna clips because it shows you an alternative. Because otherwise you'd think like maybe you're not allowed to say it on television. It's illegal or something. They'll lock you up. Then you see Ro Khanna say it, you're like, oh yeah, no, you're allowed to say it.
Yeah, you just gotta not be bought and have some balls. Yeah, you can say it. But and you know what, I'll go ahead and I'll explain this before I get into the next segment. But the next segment we're gonna do is why 60% of Gen Z men are not dating. Let's get into that. And then also, what was it? Josh says, what was it? S.E.T, did you get a full ban? Nah, I'm just kind of taking a break from the vertical lives. What I've discovered is that they were destroying my engagement pretty much. And because, you know, I'd have hundreds of people watching, you know, thousands of watch hour time, but due to the fact that there'd be 100 people who would sit in the live for like 3 seconds and switch out, and that's just how the vertical live work. You know, there's nothing I can do about that. But because of that, it would destroy my engagement metrics and it would force YouTube to pretty much hide my channel. So that's why I'm not doing vertical lives no more. I even released a video on it. Like, hopefully people actually watch that video because it lets you know that these vertical lives will eventually destroy your channel and your channel's engagement. And it will be continuous pattern if you let it do so. So this is why I'm just doing the horizontal lives for now. You know, I'll start back on the verticals, you know, once this little, you know, temporary once my engagement's fixed and YouTube starts pushing the channel regularly again, I'll start back, but I'm gonna start unlisting the vertical lives. So mainly, I ain't gonna lie, you might want to just start tuning into the horizontal lives anyway. That, and I mean, hey, I make more money off it, and it's the best way to support the show at this point. But appreciate you guys for hanging in there.
It breaks the trance, right? Breaks the gaslighting. And isn't it amazing, guys, later when if I don't know if Ro runs for president or not, but whoever runs for,
I got the video pulled up right here. There we go.
Epidemic going on with young men, Gen Z. So there's a massive epidemic going on with young men, Gen Z specifically. 60% of them under 30 are not even dating. By the way, 62% of them are not even wanting to date. Gen Z men. This is a high of 2019 when it was 51%. So even though they're getting older, the older they get, they're like, I'm not even interested in dating. Why not? Do you know what the average cost of a date is for Gen Z today when they go out? $205. Who's expected to pay for it? Of course, men. Millennials' average cost for dinner is $252. Gen Z is $205. The national average is $189. We need more Gen Z dating because we need more babies, especially with our birth rate dropping. I'm going to share with you, if you're watching this as a young man, St. Pat, what can I do to succeed in a market? Because I'm looking for girls. I'm going to give you certain tips that helped me when I was 23.
Really, Pat, you're going to give tips. Pat, I mean, all right, you know, first off, look, is like, here's the thing. One of the reasons why I don't give like that much dating advice, I mean, I could tell you how to navigate women, but you got to understand, bro, every person's different and you got to have, and you know, invoke your own formula at a certain point. You can take advice, but I mean, not everything's going to work for you because all men are different sizes, shapes, colors, etc. So you got to understand, taking advice from 6'4", 6'5", Patrick Bet-Davis is probably not the best thing. And taking advice from 6'2" S.E.T is probably not going to be your best thing either, because I'm gonna be real with you, the whole height difference and this is a sad reality, but it does change the way women treat us. And that's just a fact and a matter that I hope he's going to get into. And I hate to put it out there like that, but that's just a fact and a matter. No, it's not all women that are just chasing after height, but in this new generation of women, that's exactly what they're doing.
Hopefully it'll help you out as well. So if you get value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel, specifically the 51% of you that consume this.
Sorry for this damn, like I said, the video keeps on freezing back and forth like that. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. There ain't really nothing I could do. Huge storm just passed through, so the internet's kind of recovering.
content on a weekly basis, but you still haven't subscribed. We're on our way to get to 10 million subscribers. We're less than 3 million subscribers away from getting there. It would mean a lot to us if you take a moment and smash that subscribe button. Having said that, let's get right into it. Okay, crisis by the numbers. We already know 60% of young men are not dating. 62% are not even trying to date, up from 51%, compared to just 34% for women. So women are like, no, I want to date.
Yeah.
I want to go out there and meet people. Young men are like, no, I'm leaving the marketplace. I don't want to do this. Apps like Tinder are heavily skewed towards male users. 76% of Tinder users are men. So guess what? It's like going to a nightclub and it's not ladies' night. You're going to a nightclub and everybody there is a bunch of men at a nightclub. Your options are you want to go to a place where women are there. We're going to talk about that.
And here's the problem, though. The women are only choosing the top 10 to 20% of men. So, and they got filters on. Like, if you're not, 6 foot, if you're not this race, like, well, they got their preferences. That isolates to only the top 10% of men. And that's just a sad reality of it. Like, these dating apps like Tinder is like mainly where the Chads crush it on. You don't gotta be 6 foot plus to be a Chad, really. You just be in shape, got your shit together. I mean, there you go. It's like it's not all about the height. It is about how you carry yourself, how you take care of yourself, and maybe a bit of bone structure. But you get my point here. Is like, no, it's not all about height, but it's also about women concentrating their want for a man at the top 10 to 20% of them. And that leaves most of the guys just without a partner, with no likes, no swipes whatsoever, not for months on end. And the only swipes they do get is from the ugly girls who finally decide to settle.
Here in a minute. Studies suggest roughly 80% of men are rated as below average in attractiveness, leading many to feel inadequate or ignored. You know what's the interesting thing? Today I came back from speaking at the school, and there's all these kids in this classroom, and I go up on the board and I write these numbers down. I write 14 and I write 3. I said, can I ask you guys a question? Can anybody tell me what this 14-3 means? One girl's like, that's a date according to a European calendar. And they're going through all this other stuff. I said, let me tell you what this means. I walk into this classroom. There was 14 girls to 3 boys. And I sat there and I'm like, wait a minute. These are great ratios. One of the guys, that's a boy's my son. So I'm like, hey, son, you listen, you got a lot of good options here, right? These are the types of ratios you want. So now if you're watching and saying, how do I put myself in a position to have more options? So when they say 80% of it's attractiveness, all this other stuff, look at some of the most beautiful women in the world. Are they all married to attractive men? Not necessarily. So what did these men have that these girls did?
No, I mean, they have, here's the thing, you have to get into finances. I mean, yes, but if you want to talk about women, I don't think most guys want women to like them in that way. Like, some guys, once they get that money, I guess they kind of accept the reality of it. Like, yeah, I'm fat, I'm short, but I got money, so this is why this very cute girl's with me. But Lord knows, without the money, she probably ain't gonna be messing with you, especially if you're short and fat or something like that, but you just got money. But like we all know, women are willing to get with anybody if they're willing to provide a certain lifestyle. There are some women who are built like that. Not all women, but there's a decent amount of them.
Dated and chose to go with them. There's a reason for that. We're going to talk about that. So now, biggest dating fears. Pervasive fear of being perceived as creepy or toxic. Oh my God, you're too much. This is too much. This is too pushy. So approach anxiety, a growing fear of being viewed as disrespectful, intrusive, or contributing to toxic masculinity has caused many young men to stop approaching women in real life, which, by the way, young men, if you're listening to this, you're creating this imagination. This doesn't exist. By the way, this has been around for a long time. You know what the hardest thing is today? There was a video the other day with Charlize Theron, an actress that's been in a lot of different movies, Devil's Advocate, a lot of different movies. This is supposed to be one of the most beautiful women in the world. I think she was also in that movie with Golfin, Legends of Bagger Vance with Matt Damon, if I'm not mistaken. Can you verify this? The girl's asking her, so how many men approach you? She says, you'd be amazed. Nobody. It's like, wait, what? You're this beautiful. No one's approaching me. Why not?
I mean, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. One of the best things about, here's a guys, look, when it comes to approaching I would say a pretty girl, your odds are in your favor because rarely dudes are kind of scared off. So if you got the balls to sit there and, talk to a pretty girl, trust me, dog, you're already moving in the right direction. Okay. As long as you got the balls to sit there and talk to these girls, you're already moving in the right direction. You're already exuding some type of confidence. So, hey, man, I mean, what do they say, bro? You miss all of the shots that you don't take.
I don't know. They're scared. Guys are scared. So you really think If 34% of women are out there that are off the market, but 61%, maybe men are just giving up and they're getting a little bit scared. Because the reality of it is women want the right ones want you to approach them. And a lot of guys are getting out of the market. This is kind of like when 2008 happened. You know what happened to realtors overnight? We had some 600,000 realtors in America in 2006, 2007. Overnight, 40% didn't renew their licenses. 240,000 left the real estate industry because it was so difficult. So it's like, oh my God, it's so hard to be in real estate. Yes, but if you're good, the market's going to come back to you and have an option because you have more homeowners that are looking for fewer realtors. So you can look at that as an edge. Now let's look at this because some of this is valid.
I'm weak
some young men
because there's a lot of young men that's not going out trying to date the young women who do want to date. I mean, that means you have all the opportunity in the world being a young man who does want to date. And I'm talking about the Gen Z guys. I mean, that means, bro, you just wanted to date and go out there and talk to women. I mean, you already have the crowd. You got all these women who wants to date, and you're ahead of all the other guys because they don't even want to try. So yeah, you're already putting yourself in a small group, being able to just go out there and put yourself out there and talk to women.
are really going through it. As a matter of fact, what's so funny
That's a pretty positive way of looking at it. I like it.
About this topic is this was the conversation we were having this last Saturday night when we're out with the family. It was about dating with my 14-year-old, 12-year-old, and my family was sitting there. We're going through it. Barriers to dating. Survey shows that the biggest barrier to Gen Z dating is not having money. 52% of survey agree. Watch this. Not enough time because of career education priorities. So I'm so busy. I'm just trying to get my career going. I'm going to school. I don't have the time to date. Great. Men agree. Women agree. Blue is men. Don't want to commit long-term. So they're afraid of long-term commitment. Okay.
Toxic.
Bad dating experience in the past. You know who's had it? Every single one of us. Either you were the bad experience or the girl was the bad experience, but we've all been part of that experience. Most of us lack confidence. I'm worried. I don't.
Man, you wasn't really playing in the game if you ain't get a couple scrapes here and there. Like, let's keep it real. Like, look, bro, if your heart ain't broken once, you wasn't really in it. All right, man. Sometimes you gotta get your heart broken out there to learn some goddamn lessons. Okay, it is what it is. Just like you have to go out there and hurt yourself to learn how to not hurt yourself.
Have the confidence. We can work on this. Not enough money for dating activities. We can also work on that, which we'll talk about here in a minute. So when we go lower and we're looking at the dating costs, it leads us to this, okay? Dating, marriage, skills, gap. Desire and attitude are not the problem. They want to build connections that explore long-term partner. This is young men. Young adults need dating skills. Lack of experience, social and emotional confidence, stretch, develop social skills, struggle to express interest in dating partner, struggle to communicate on a date. Less than 4 in 10, 37% said they trusted their judgment when it comes to choosing a dating partner. There's a book I read, which my assistant many, many years ago told me about. I said, listen, I just made a decision. I'm never getting married. I enjoy my own company. She says, yeah, whatever. I said, no, I'm telling you, I'll go to movies by myself. I'll go to dinner by myself. I enjoy my own company. She says, before you decide to be single the rest of your life, this morning I was listening to this Christian radio channel, and this guy was talking about a book called 101 Questions to Ask Before You Get Engaged. So she says, you should go buy it. So I'll buy the book. It sits on my desk. I do nothing with it. I'm thinking, I don't have time to go through a book. I open it up. It's literally a question and an answer. You write the answer. It's blank. So I went and started answering all the questions. Some of the questions were not important. I think 54 of them were important to me. By the time it was done, I was like, all this time I thought I knew what I was looking for a woman. I was looking for this. That's crazy. And then I wrote out exactly what I want her to look like physically, literally, height, personality, temperament, because I wanted to see how she was going to be with my kids. My personality is here. I can't date a girl like this. When I did, we almost killed each other. It was like World War III. So I had to kind of find a way for temperament, right? I'm thinking family, kids, long term. And when my wife and I went on our first date, you know what I told her? I said, I'm not here to hook up with you. I said, I'm looking for a wife. I took her to Borders. I bought the book for her, 101 Questions to Ask Before You Get Engaged. I said, if this freaks you out, I'm super comfortable with that. If you're just thinking, I want to go out and have fun, that's not this guy. There's plenty of guys out there. I manage the expectations right there.
Nah, I low-key respect that. Because I implicate that myself as like, yo, and trust me, I'm in my 31s. There's a lot of women who want to, why don't you go out here? Why don't I see you out here at this spot here and there? And I'm just like, look, there's plenty of guys who do that. There's plenty of guys in those clubs that you can go entertain over there. I'm just not going to be one of them. And if that's the type of guys you want, trust me, I'm not going to transform myself into that guy. I'm going to stay my ass right here. I've done it enough. I don't need to do it anymore. And if that's the dating scene you want to be in, then I'm just not going to be there. And that's that. Like, to be quite honest, sometimes you actually got to be like that. Like, bro, be yourself and don't let women conform you into something you're not, especially into a more reckless version of yourself. Talking to the younger guys, especially.
And I made sure she know I'm okay if I lose her. Too many times, if you're kind of like, well, but what if I lose her? That's a turnoff. No, this is my standards. This is what I'm looking forward to. This is what I'm going to do with my life. If you value that, let's go. If not, I totally get it. If your approach isn't that way and the girl's looking at you saying, why is this guy so insecure about his position and his situation, where he's at, this is where I'm at, this is what I want to do in my life. And remember, that wasn't the case with me in 2002 when I was 24 years old, 23 years old. I was, oh my God, I got to get this. But I had to shift my mindset because I had to increase my what? What was the confidence here? Somewhere it says confidence. I had to increase this. So when it says 37% questioning their judgment,
he says social and emotional confidence. And I mean, real with you, I mean, you could do that with, of course, having a strong work ethic, you know, making some type of money, making sure you're going out, having an orderly lifestyle. You know, that's going to build social and emotional confidence. There you go. Because a lot of people don't got that social confidence because they don't feel like they got the social finance or any finance at all, or emotional confidence. And that's on both men and women. A lot of them don't feel like they know how to communicate well. And, you know, hey, I mean, practice. That's really all I could tell you. Man or woman, practice.
Why? Because you're second guessing yourself. You don't believe in what you're doing. Now, decision making with the business is the same exact way. Raising your kids is the same exact way. Like, you know what? I don't know if I'm right 100%, but this is what we're going to be doing. At least I'm leading to people I'm working with. So stay with me here, because I got some notes I wrote on the side that I want to go through with you as well. So I want you to think about a couple things here. Remember I told you the Charlize Theron story? Remember I told you? Where she's like, boys are not approaching me. Okay, so guys don't talk to her. Is it on her that guys are not talking to her? Is she too, you know, masculine? And guys don't want masculine girls. So maybe it's unattractive that you're too masculine. So some of the ladies watching this, I'm a girl boss. I'm a this, I'm a that. The other day I was watching a podcast with Joe Button.
I learned a lot about women. I think I learned exactly how the fall of man occurred in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, and Adam said one day, wow, Eve, here we are at one with nature, at one with God. We'll never age, we'll never die. And all our dreams come true the instant that we have them. And Eve said, yeah, it's just not enough, is it?
No, that's not funny.
I was just waiting for more.
No, that was kind of his point.
Oh, God. She says, I don't get it. I didn't think that was a big deal. Joe says, the guy just made his point because no one can make you happy. So, but those are not the girls to pursue because you're never going to make them happy. You'll be miserable if you're pursuing those girls. So if you're watching this, you're like, hey, I'm that girl. Well, good luck to you. I don't know what kind of a guy you're going to find, but you're going to make us happy because we don't want to date a masculine girl. So maybe she's the problem. Maybe it's on the guys that are scared saying, Mel, she's too pretty. She would never be interested in me. Maybe she would be. Maybe you ought to take the risk. Maybe it's 50-50. Maybe it's 5%. Is it worth taking the risk? Sure. What's the worst thing she's going to say? Not interested. Okay, great. And you move on, right? And then maybe it's, you know, sex is too available. So it's kind of like, well, I don't know about that. I'm just going to go swipe right. And, you know, a couple of our guys, when we're on the road and we're doing interviews, one of our guys, I won't say his name, we're in LA, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to see what the LA market's like. I said, what the hell does this mean? I've been married for 16, 17 years.
Oh, man. Yeah, he's talking about Tinder. Well, I mean, look, one thing about being single and on Tinder a lot is that you can go to any city and kind of in a way score, because Tinder's going to put you in that market of the girls who looking to date now, today, and all you got to do is do some swiping around. And I mean, you'll end up with something. And then, I mean, if you got the Tinder Plus membership, then I mean, boy, you're going to land on something. You're going to land on something. But guys, I wouldn't suggest using Tinder, but hey, man, do what you want to do.
The same relationship since December 29th of 2007. So I'm going to swipe right to see what the LA market looks like. I don't know if you remember this or not. I was actually disappointed. The next, I'm like, that's it? Yes, that's it. So you swiped right and you went and, yeah. So it's become so transactional. Why would I flirt with her? I already got what I wanted. So now you may say, Pat, that's not me. I want something serious, fair. Let's talk about that. So what is the purpose of dating somebody? What is the purpose of dating the opposite sex? Is it a fling Like, I just want to go out there and have fun. Great. So your outcome is different. Go swipe right. If your outcome is this, go learn how to DM. Go improve your DM game. Go improve how to message better. Go improve what emojis to send. Maybe some of you guys send emojis of a certain vegetable, if you know what I'm talking about. And that's the wrong approach. Maybe you don't know the emoji game. Maybe you need to get a little bit better in the texting part, right? Because we used to make phone calls. Now people are texting. But if this is the world you're solving for, it's a transactional world.
Honestly, I think it's just easier to break the texting barrier and just start, talking on the phone. You're gonna get a lot closer to a girl talking on the phone than texting. Or, if you don't want to talk on the phone, go straight for the meetup. Like I said, you're always gonna do better just talking outright, not texting. You're gonna get closer, you're gonna get to know her better and be able to make her laugh and all that good stuff through not really text messages, but over the phone or just pulling up and kicking it.
World today, we had to go pursue it. Today's transaction.
The funny thing is, though, hey man, don't leave it to the girl to do it. That's something you got to do.
Maybe you want to have kids. I want to have kids. I don't really care who the wife is. I just want to have kids. Maybe you're lonely and you want some attention. Friday night, you're sick and tired of going to the clubs. You would rather go out with somebody, have a companion conversation. Your day ends, you come to your apartment. You're sitting there watching ESPN Sports Center, and honestly, your girlfriend's become one of these guys on ESPN that you watch every night, or you watch a movie or Netflix or a documentary. I just want to talk to somebody. I want to have somebody. Great. That's what you're solving for. Maybe you just want to be cool, right? And you're kind of like, man, I got a girlfriend, buddy. Look at her. She's a little hottie because I'm cool. I got a girl. Or maybe you want a spouse. If you're watching and saying, I want a wife, and you want to have a family, you have to be selective. And your approach has to be clear. And even if this turns them off,
No, dead ass. I'm gonna be real with you. If you're looking for a wife, you gotta be really selective. So selective. Like, dog, 90% of the girls you come across, maybe let me be a little bit nicer. 85% of the girls you come across are not gonna fit that standard.
So then this leads me to the last one. What leverage do you have in getting girls to come to you? What's your leverage? Everybody has to have leverage. Everybody. You ever see these Rupert Murdoch or Al Pacino or Robert De Niro? They're dating 28-year-old girls. You think the girl's with them because they have a nice six-pack? You think the girl's with them because they have high energy and they go running 6 miles every morning? What do you think she's dating him for? Fame and money and access? Maybe. What's your leverage? Is it the fact that you have great connections? That's very valuable. You can get into places others can't. So the girl's going to be like, wow, who is this guy? He's very important. He's able to get into rooms and certain places others don't. Who is this guy, right? Maybe it's your faith. Maybe the girl's like, I really respect this guy, his faith, where he's at. Wow. Honestly, his faith is above me.
Really, the baseline is respect. That's really what it is. If the girl doesn't respect you, she's not gonna mess with you. And that's just the truth about it. Honestly, I think we should all understand that. The respect is the number one thing. That's why a lot of these guys say, look, bro, you want the respect first, then the love. Would you rather be loved or respected? Me, I'd rather be respected because then the love comes after. But I'm gonna be real with you. Love without the respect ain't worth it. And what he's pretty much outlining is, she can respect your connections, respect your faith, respect your hustle, but she got to respect something.
So when the other day I was willing to do this, he says, no, God comes before everybody. Wait a minute. He's not as interested in me as God. No, this guy's different. Everybody else would want to just have me drop my panties and then boom, we get to work. And this guy's not. No, there's something different about this guy. He's okay with losing me. He's interested, but his standards are higher based on the values. I'm interested in this guy. Maybe it's human nature. Maybe you're good with people. Maybe you're great. Well, maybe you're great with talking to people. You're good at choosing words. And you feel tension. Maybe you feel when you're talking to somebody else and you kind of know this is not the time to push too hard. This is my opportunity. Here's how I'm going to approach it in a more subtle way. Maybe I'm going to ask the questions instead of being a little bit too direct. Maybe in this situation, I want to be direct. All that is part of human nature, right? You see some guys that are so comfortable with girls, human nature. Maybe you're a leader and girls want to be led. The right ones want to be led. Maybe they look at you and they're like, wait a minute, this guy's calm. He knows how to calm me down. I feel very calm around him. There's certain things about his temperament I like, right? Maybe this guy's going places. right? You're not like making all the money in the world. Maybe you're making 30 grand a year right now, 50 grand a year, 60 grand. But she knows you're going places when you talk to her. You're like, oh, there's a certain level of seriousness about this guy. Certain level, not all the time, but they want to see a little bit of.
Now I hear you, Jet, but there's a lot of girls that I love they dudes, but don't respect they dudes. And then, I know you say how can you love them without respect, but I genuinely do think these girls love they dudes. It's just they have zero respect. It's like, I don't know, it's almost like how you can love your kid, but it's like, come on, do you really respect what your kids say? It's kind of something like that. And honestly, it's the guys who put themselves in that position because they're just not doing enough. Besides, I don't know, being attractive enough for the girl to be with.
Seriousness with you. Whoa, this guy's serious. And if she is also in a place that is looking for the same thing as you, if you're in the market talking to girls that want this, or just want this, or just want this, you're wasting your time. If you're in the market for this and this, you have to also go talk to girls that are only looking for this and this. You're wasting your time talking to people that are not. What are you doing talking to girls that are not interested in that? So it starts with you as a young man knowing what you're looking for. So now, the other part, sense of humor. Notice there's a contradiction here. Maybe there's an element of seriousness, but maybe you're funny. Maybe you have a sense of humor. Maybe you have, levity. And just like when they're with you, you make them laugh. And I just love being around him. He is so funny. So maybe phase one of the attraction is not even your physical looks. Maybe it's just your energy being around. It's like, I just really like this guy. And then 3, 6, 12, 18 months later, it's like, you know what?
Have a pleasing personality, not be a people pleaser. No, don't disrespect yourself like that. But just have a pleasing personality to at least people want to hang around you or be around you. And I mean, that should be kind of easy. I'm gonna be real with you. Most people kind of got that down packed. I mean, let's be real. Like some people, y'all aren't that insufferable to be around. And if you are, and a lot of girls just said, hey, yo, I just don't like hanging around you, then bro, you need to change something about yourself and don't sit there and blame women all day. If it's been a consistency of women telling you, I ain't gonna lie, you kind of weird or you kind of off, and all you do is blame women, then I'm gonna be real with you, dog. You're kind of missing the lesson here.
Why aren't you and I dating? Maybe we should date. I really like being around you. There's something about you. It may take a little bit of time, right? Maybe it's your intellect. We have a guy here, Connor. When he talks, it's beautiful. He's so smart. Maybe it's your intellect. Maybe it's your knowledge. Maybe you're so well-read. Maybe it's like the way you teach or tell a story, like, man, that's incredible. This guy knows all this information. Maybe that's your leverage. Maybe you're famous. Maybe you're not. This is a 1% chance you're famous, right?
No, literally.
You're a Logan Paul. You're a big YouTuber. You're a big TikToker, and people know who you are. That's a leverage.
I don't know about that. Well, look, like, I guess you can consider me a big YouTuber and all this good stuff, like millions of views and all that, but I'm gonna be real with you. I like YouTube because it's still somewhat low key. Like, I have 100,000 subscribers. I probably got the most subscribers on YouTube as any political channel in my city, but hey, they don't got to know that. And people don't even find out. And it's not something that I really show off to women at all. Like, they low-key just got to F around and find out. I mean, I'm not hiding it. I mean, they'll see the studio, and if they ask, then I'll tell them. But, I mean, if not, then I'm not expressing that whatsoever. I mean, period, point blank. It's not really something that I just brag about having a YouTube channel.
Statics. You have money. Maybe your career's locked in. Your body looks good. You got a nice six-pack, muscles. Maybe you got a nice face. You're good looking. Maybe your family is well known. They're powerful. They're fun. They're the pillar of the community. Maybe all of those things are your leverage. So here's a question for you. We're going to make a PDF here right now to get at the end. I want you to score yourself on 0 to 10 on every single one of these guys. And then put a plan and say, which of these areas can I get better at? What can I do to increase my connections? What can I do to improve my human nature? What can I do to get better as a leader? I'm not that funny. Maybe I can be a little bit funnier. Maybe I'm going to always have 5 to 10 jokes in my pocket. That can be a good way to get people laughing. What can I do? Maybe this is a way that the onus becomes on you. Maybe it's really on you, not on the girls. Maybe men just giving up on dating. Maybe that's a sign that you're allowing the market to make you want to not go out there and date. I'm not a guy that's...
Yeah, I mean, he's giving a lot of positive alternatives to how to, spin this, to where you don't got to be like a black pillar and just think, well, just because I'm not 6 foot tall and with chiseled chin, I'm just effed up for life out here. It's like, no, bro, no. If you sit there and you watch Red Pill all day, I'm not gonna lie, you might like fool yourself into believing that. But the reality is, dog, if you actually go out there and improve yourself, of course, work out, of course, improve your communication, just improve yourself all around. I mean, somebody's going to appreciate it. Some girl is. So, I mean, the best thing you could do is just F around and find out instead of sitting there crying about how you're not, oh, how I'm not this, how I'm not that. I mean, nobody ever got anywhere crying about what they don't got. Like, am I wrong? Of course not.
It's going to allow my kids and my peers and my nephew and the people like that using that language. So maybe you want to change your language. I remember I used to be a partner with all the girls all this. I'm like, I'm done. It's not the girls, it's me. I'm going to increase my market value. Then what happens? Then I got something, which is the bonus, called what? Options. When you have options, you talk to girls in a very different way, and they sense it. When you don't have options, you don't. You know how it is in sales?
Facts. I mean, bro, girls can sniff desperation. That's why they do well. I ain't gonna lie, that's why they do well at those jobs where, they kind of get off through showing some of their assets, just to put it, just to be PG about it. They show off some of their assets. They realize how desperate these guys is and how desperate they are to see a little bit of skin. And yeah, they're willing to pay large sums of money because out of that desperation. Yeah, women, they can smell desperation. They can smell if you got hoes or not. So I'm not gonna say, oh, make sure you got hella hoes on deck or make sure you just got options. But I mean, it wouldn't hurt to, have. I mean, if you're dating her, don't do it. But if you're talking to her, I mean, go ahead, bro. Have hella options, and treat her just like an option as well. Why? Because she's probably doing you the same. Not the fearmonger on it, but if you think that you're the only one juggling your options and women don't do the same, bro, you're foolish. Okay. So honestly, you're kind of playing on the same game they are, especially in the dating phase where a lot of people are kind of dabbling in their options. But if you don't have options, it's going to show. You're going to be desperate for time, attention, all the other good stuff. So especially got those options. I mean, that's why married men do so well out here when they're cheating, because they know they got that option.
Guy that would always come up and be like, oh my God, if I close this deal, I'm going to make $50,000. And I'm like, who else are you working on? Nobody. This is it, Pat. I'm like, you don't have a pipeline? No. You seriously don't have a pipeline? No. Do you know the month I asked my wife out and we went on a date, I was talking to 4 different girls? The night before, my wife and I were in Palm Springs together, and she came and wanted to spend 3 days with me at this business conference.
Nah, that is how it be, though. It's like, look, bro, the night you be talking to your girl and all that good stuff, you're just now courting her. Before you're in a relationship, you are probably, I mean, if you're smart, you probably are talking to like 2 other women at least. Just because you never know if things fall out with this one that you might have to go ahead and entertain or give more time to one of the other options. It'd be like that.
We were not even dating. I had just gone through.
It sounds real toxic, but I promise you, bro, this is probably the most logical thing you can do in the dating game as of now.
A breakup. The night before, I was talking to another girl I liked a lot, but politically we were on complete opposite sides. Religion, we were on complete opposite sides, and there were certain things that she did that just didn't sit well with me. So there was 4 girls. Every one of these girls had read the 101 questions to ask before you get engaged, but I had options. Can you imagine if I'm just one? What if she says no for oh my God, the rest of my life and the rest of my life and the rest of, dude, she's not interested in you. Get over it. She's not.
Oh my God.
But I'm going to change it. Maybe go do that. Maybe you watch Notebook 200 times and maybe that's going to be your story.
Like, oh my God, she broke my heart. Like, bro, come on now. If you had options, you'd just be a little bit salty. You'll miss the nice little times, but then you move on to one of your other options. I mean, yeah, you'll miss her, but you ain't going to be destroyed over her.
And maybe it's not. And maybe she goes find somebody else. Then what do you do? But I'm telling you, in 15 years, she's going to leave the senator and she's going to come to me. Maybe. And I'm not telling you that doesn't exist. But I'll tell you one thing for a fact. If you don't have a lot of options and you don't find a way to increase your market value, you'll be one of these guys here that's talking about the percentages are so bad.
Literally. Yeah, that's true. And that's why you don't see me talk about it that much, because I really don't hang in that negativity. And when people do bring it up, honestly, I do take a position more like PBDs on just like, all right, let's focus on what you can do for yourself and how you can make yourself a better option. And I can get yourself some options out here so you ain't out here dating women so desperately. Like, There you go. And I swear to God, having options is the whole difference between you missing a girl and you being destroyed over a girl. And you know, those are two separate things. Missing a girl, I mean, that's fine, but being destroyed over one, bro, that just ruins the progress.
And then, by the way, last but not least, what I'll tell you is where you're looking for them. Where are you looking for girls? Because this chart, if you look at these two, how couples met in 1930 versus 2024. In 1930, 22.48% was family, then school, then friends, neighborhood church, bar, restaurant, college, co-workers. Of course, the internet was terrible in the 30s, right? It didn't exist. 2024, what's number one? 61% online.
Yep.
Friends, co-workers, bar, restaurant, family, school, church, neighborhood, college. Do you know what they said is typically the highest percentage of it working out? It's co-workers and friends. Do you know why? Because if I work in a place for 3-4 years, I see her habits, she sees my habits. We now have credit with each other. I know how she handled herself. She saw how I handled myself. And it's like, you know what? Because that's what happened to my wife and I. 5.5 years, we were in the same company. We were all.
It's respect built over time. And I mean, and then if there's a romantic interest shown, it's like y'all already have that respect for each other and the romance can just flourish after that. Now, on the online aspect of it, I mean, look, y'all respect each other for y'all looks, or maybe she's with you for the money. But let's be real, though. There's no real respect gained through, you know, getting a girl offline. Like, really no respect. You don't got respect for her that much, and she don't got that much respect for you until you guys really get to know each other. But friends and coworkers, I could see, I understand why that's more solidified, to be quite honest with you, because there is respect built outside of the romantic interest.
Was dating somebody else, and then we were both single for 2 weeks, and I said, hey, she comes, we go. I said, what are you looking for in a man? And she told me. I'm like, she just explained me. I said, great. We went downstairs. I had a glass of wine. She had a glass of orange juice. And then 3 days
later. If you haven't already, man, make sure you like the video, guys. Let's try to get to 20 likes by smashing that like button. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
I'm driving her home from Palm Springs, and I take her home to Van Nuys. Her friends were following us in the back of the car. For 2.5 hours, I'm just probing, asking questions. Monday morning comes, I text her Sunday night. I said, meet me at Jerry's Deli tonight. She does. She meets me Monday night at 10:30 at Jerry's Deli. For an hour, she's sitting there asking me, what's the secret to becoming a great agent? What's the secret to becoming a great agency builder? I'm like, you think you're here because I'm teaching you how to? I said, you're here, my line. And she told us at dinner 3 nights ago. I said, I'm here because I think you like me. And I like you too. And I think we should date. That was my line. How creative as a line was this? Not very creative. She freaks out.
It's not creative, but it's direct. And I'll take
gets up and runs out.
Women, they love direct. It may not be all that creative. It may not be Shakespeare's with it, but at least you direct.
And I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, did she really run out? She goes, but we're friends, but we're this. I'm like, what are you doing? So she leaves. I come home. I tell my dad, hey, I'm going to go to Pasadena, Texas, because she's going to her family to visit on Christmas. He says, you can't. You're going to freak her out. I said, I'm going to Texas. She says, I'm telling you, don't. I take my dad on MySpace, and I show her picture. I said, this is going to be my future wife. He says, everyone's your future wife. I had a lot of, but anyways.
Yeah.
So I said, no, but this is the one, Dad. He said, okay, this is the one.
He was loving.
You know what ends up happening? I send her a question on MySpace, and I say, aside from risk losing our friendship, what other concerns do you have? So I'm isolating the concern. She responds back. She says, nothing. My only fear is we're going to lose our friendship. Christmas Eve, I'm about to get on a flight. She calls me. We get on a 5.5-hour call together. She comes back home. We go on our first date, December 29, 2007 to P.F. Chang's, and the rest is history. Now we got 4 kids together. So you have to also find a way to get out there and put yourself in a market. And by the way, this is one, you know how many of them didn't work? You know how many of them said,
man, she was trying to keep my boy in the friend zone. Patrick said, no friend zone, man. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes you gotta be an all or nothing type of guy. Like, this is why I don't believe in female friends. Kind of set you up for emotional disappointment. So, bro, you gotta be an all or nothing type of guy with women. It's like, look, bro, it's either we're in a relationship and we're messing around and we're doing all this fun stuff, or we're not. I mean, and you could be cool with, I don't know, maybe your dude's girlfriends and all this good stuff, but I don't think you should be pursuing female friends outside of, business relationships, of course. Like, to be quite honest with you, like, to just keep it in real. Because I don't know, one, I just don't really see the value in it. And two, you tend to get put in the friend zone off a girl that you might actually like. So you always want to be direct with them and be like, oh, look, I ain't gonna lie, I'm trying to date you. Let them know what it is. And then you guys can build up rapport over time. If she cuts you off at the knees and be like, nah, I ain't trying to do that, then I mean, like, there you go. keep it at arm's length, keep it professional, and keep it pushing.
No, you know how many of them said they're not interested in the dialogue? I think you're too strong personality, you're too this. And some of them I was interested in. I was like, no, it's too strong. It's okay. It's part of the game. The worst thing you can do is bitch about it and complain about it and join the market that's always saying it's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair. I'm not part of that community. And if you follow my content, you shouldn't be either. You should make a decision to be part of the minority that goes out there and leads. You should be part of the minority that says, hey, I'm going to go out there and find a way to increase my market value, period. So with that being said, if you got value out of this video,
all right, I agree. I mean, like I said, the bro been out the game for a minute. He doesn't really know too much about the Gen Z women and their attitudes and all this good stuff and how they feel. But you know what? I'm gonna be real with you. He gave a pretty decent analysis. And I think with my, commentary on it, I think I kind of pretty much put to an image, a pretty good image together what's going on out here in the dating market, outside of Patrick's experience, of course. Because, I mean, he can't really tell you too much since he's not really out here messing with Gen Z. And guys, I'm barely a millennial. I was born in 1995. Literally, I'm like the beginning of the millennials, but the end of the Gen Z. So I was born in a very weird time. But all right, let's get over here to Gen Z drowning in debt. Let's focus on our fellow Gen Z people. Oh, make sure to like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. Whoop.
Welcome back to Number Screen. This week, delinquency and debt rates were screaming, and I pulled them all together because they're related, and it's an interesting look that we should be aware of. We start with commercial real estate. CRE delinquencies are up to 4. Debt delinquency rate 4.8 overall for all debt consumers. Jesus. Gen Z having a tough time with delinquency of 8.6%. Interest on the U.S. debt, that's the debt that we owe on a national level in the trillions, 23% of the budget per year is just the interest on that debt. We'll unpack it. And finally, auto loans, the percent that are prime, the best borrowers, 42.8%, which means if you don't have good credit, it's really hard to get a car.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't really hard to get a car. It's really hard to get a good, a reasonable monthly payment to where it doesn't feel like you're paying a rent to, drive.
Before we dive into all those numbers, let's talk about how Bet David Consulting can help you with your numbers. Bet David Consulting, we do educational seminars, conferences such as the Vault, real estate. Delinquencies are at 4%. Now, that doesn't seem like a large number till you think about the trillions of dollars of commercial real estate loans that are out there.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. Gonna let the video play out for a little bit, but don't worry, I'll be listening in. Make sure you like the video, and any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, please super chat it in. Great way to support the show. All right.
If you take a look at this chart covering 2 years from Q1 of 24 to Q1 of 26 that just finished up, you can see what was the loans at 4% are all the way up well over 5%. So the loans that are on commercial mortgage-backed securities, this is a problem. And we can see all CRE has gone from 3.5 to 4. Till you think about it, that's 1.5 percentage point on a small number. So we can see what's happening here. Over the course of a year, we are now coming up in default rates on these loans. There's also a little secret. Every so many years, large tranches of commercial loans come to maturity. It's not 30 years like on your house. They're shorter, and then they have to be refinanced. And right now, as we're sitting in the middle of Q2 2026, the prime rate is up. And what's very interesting is 30-year mortgages are at 6.5% as of today, which means other types of mortgages and other types of loans in the stack are up as well, showing that we need some relief. But first, we can't have inflation rise because that forces us to raise the rate to increase the value of money to push inflation down. If inflation goes up, this keeps going up. But if unemployment is up or we detect that businesses need some help, the new head of the Fed, Kevin Warsh, will probably lower rates June 18th, 19th, or July 28th, 29th, with more people like me thinking the rate change is going to happen at the end of July. All of the stats that are coming in will say whether this is in more trouble or we have some easing coming. We will find out soon enough. Next, debt delinquency rate. Let's look at debt across the stack. You have credit cards, HELOCs, auto loans, student loans, mortgages. And this shows you the total amount. So you can see that the real number that America carries is 12 trillion in mortgages. But a tremendous amount of those mortgages happen to be low interest rate from years gone by. And if you look at credit cards here, we are now.
Nah, same here, Jet. Like I missed the window for what was it? Yeah, I missed the window for millennial. Well, damn near missed the window for Gen Z. And I'm basically a millennial, barely missed the window for, almost missed the window for millennial. But I was raised just like them, to be quite honest. And I kind of understand how Gen Z be feeling because, like I said, I'm close to them. Like, shoot, the oldest of the Gen Z is my age.
Now closing in on 2 million, it's closer to 1.8 right now. So if you look at HELOC and credit cards, that's what people look at and get concerned about. A mortgage is on your house, a student loan is for the education you got, and an auto loan is on the car you bought. There's some stability tied to an action taken by the consumer in those. But HELOCs quite often aren't just remodels, it's lifestyle. Inflation. It's things you're using that money to live on in some form. And then credit cards. So when you look at all this, the average delinquency now is 4.8% with severe derogatory, in other words, very delinquent, 1.8. People say that's not such a big deal. Oh yeah, 1 year ago, it was 3.6, which means, especially in these categories, the consumer is feeling the pinch and delinquency is going up a full 1.2 points on the 3.6 from last year. That
All right, guys, hold on here. I'm running into this store and it's pretty interesting. So apparently Hassan Parker has been subpoenaed by Trump's DOJ over Cuba trip. So he pretty much went to Cuba and showed us the suffering that, U.S. sanctions and the U.S. blockade has put upon the people. We've been doing this for a while now. But, we like to sit there and blame the regime, man, even though we're the ones who cause economic turmoil. But outside of that, for some reason, there's been influencers who tried to go there. Nick Shirley tried to go there. Apparently, he was saying he was being followed by Cuban spies. A bunch of influencers came out and honestly quickly debunked it. I know, right? And then, of course, there was Hassan Parker who went there and really shows atrocities that was going on. And for some reason, it was not really appreciated. I appreciated it, and I don't even like Hassan Parker. Trust me, I really don't. But I can respect the journalistic work he did there. He's not even a journalist. He's just a streamer. But I ain't gonna lie, he went there for journalist reasons to actually report what's going down on the ground in Cuba. But all right, though, let's get a little bit more into it here. Shout out to Breaking Point.
Fox News Digital has what they're claiming is a scoop that hits a little bit close to home here for us. We can put this up on the screen. They are claiming that Hassan Piker, who they described as Marxist political influencer, and Code Pink co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin have been subpoenaed as part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime. Again, this is according to Fox News Digital. They also published some paparazzi-style photos of Hassan walking his dog for some reason. In any case, what they point to here is allegations that they stayed at a banned or sanctioned hotel that Americans are not allowed to stay at. But we happen to know, because our own Ryan Graham was also on that trip, that is not remotely the case. So joining us now to talk about all of this is, of course, Ryan Graham. Great to see you, Ryan.
Good to see you, Ryan. How you guys doing?
Good.
Man.
Have you been subpoenaed?
I have not been subpoenaed.
But Hassan and Medea Benjamin have actually also not been subpoenaed here. So what are we thinking about this this news?
Right. Yeah. I talked to both of them. Neither has been subpoenaed. And so the Fox News report is just factually incorrect. If you're going to subpoena somebody, you subpoena them.
Right. So you have not been served by the federal government. They have not been served by the federal government. Hassan reacted to this, Ryan, saying it's bullshit. And then actually they didn't stay. You guys didn't stay in the wrong hotel. Let's take a listen. We'll get your reaction.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's not great. The news is not great. Okay. It's bullshit. We didn't actually stay at the wrong hotel. That was just something that people made up on Twitter, except for an American citizen who recently did violate OFAC and stayed at a hotel that America does not allow American citizens to stay in. It wasn't me, though. It was Nick Shirley. Literally, the hotel that Nick Shirley was in was actually on the state sponsor of terrorism list. Okay.
Okay, so Ryan, the basis, as I understand, God,
pretty much people were like saying Nick Shirley was just looking to cause a problem there and literally went to somewhere that was intentionally dangerous to cause a mass fear campaign about Cuba. To promote war against who? Cuba.
I never thought I'd know so much about Cuban hotels. Is you guys stayed in the hotel, which is allowed. Right?
Yeah.
Nick Shirley stayed in a luxury hotel, quote unquote, which is under OFAC sanction. OFAC being
Not
Office
just that,
of Foreign Asset Control.
it's a famous, I forget exactly what hotel he stayed in, but it's famously sanctioned.
Okay,
It's
famously
like,
sanctioned.
It's like a very well-known Cuban government-owned hotel.
Okay.
That has been around for many decades and is.
Now, hold on now. The way I'm looking at this, look like it kind of froze on y'all side. Make sure you're.
Fox News Digital has what they're claiming is a scoop that hits a little bit close to home.
All right. Let's try to get back to where Greer was at. But yeah, my bad. It looked like it was frozen on y'all part. Sorry about that. Oh, make sure to like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. Like I said, sorry about the technical issues, because I ain't gonna lie, that storm definitely messed up the Wi-Fi. Because I could reset it, but I literally, like I said, it literally would F with the stream, so it's already too late.
A group that this is what they do. They work with OFAC, they collect aid, and they deliver it to, an OFAC is like the sanctions list, and they deliver it to groups on the island that are cleared by OFAC to be able to receive the aid. So people going on that mission have gotten approval ahead of time. Like it's not something, they're not winging it like Nick Shirley.
Right. So
Like,
Medea Benjamin would presumably fall easily
She
under
goes
that.
multiple times a year probably to Cuba, like in bringing aid there. Like it's what.
Here's the thing though, you can't throw Nick Shirley completely away over this, because him cracking down on the whole Somali fraud that was going on in Minnesota actually have led to mass arrests. So we just can't sit out here and say, oh no, he be fake reporting, because well, actually his reports have actually led to arrests. So can't say that. Now when it comes to Cuba, I don't know, maybe it was something with his team or his management that might have put him in that situation outside of his knowledge, or he did it just to, run a fear campaign. You never really know. I'm not going to assume his intent with that, but it does look suspicious.
It's one of the things. It's like, if you ever notice she's not in Congress yelling at people, she's probably in Cuba, like delivering aid.
Yeah.
And she's been doing this for decades. And so they know what the laws are. And so they got it.
So what do you make of this? Is this like, okay, they're moving forward with NSPM 7. They're trying to crack down on any left-wing groups, journalists, anyone aligned with the left. Is this Fox News Digital just being led down some rabbit hole and it's not serious? Like, how seriously are you taking this? And it says in the article, they're looking at some 40 other people who were on this trip for potential, criminal sanctions as well. So it definitely touches on you directly. How seriously are you taking them?
I mean, it's the most powerful government in the world, probably. So you got to take their threats seriously. I think it's an attempt to chill dissent against war with Cuba. Like I think that is, because I think Trump very clearly, and Rubio definitely, they want to go to war. They want to do some type of Venezuela style military action. I think they're also being led down a rabbit hole, because the Fox News report said that investigators had information that they stayed at an illegal hotel. And it's like, oh my God.
Investigators, some random person on Twitter.
Well, wait, Ryan, why don't you sue them for defamation?
Well, they didn't mention me.
Okay, well, why doesn't Hassan sue them for defamation? Or anybody mentioned inside of it? That's blatantly false.
He could.
The evidence is clear.
Right. And also it actually
would be malicious intent, in my opinion.
Right, because it's a specific, the way that malice can work, it's a specific claim. They have been subpoenaed.
Right.
So you can check that fact. Hey, Medea, hey, Hassan, have you been subpoenaed? No, I have not. Like, it's a black and white question. I have not. Should they be subpoenaed? Should they not? Like, that's a separate judgment question. Have they been subpoenaed? No.
I wonder, did Fox News Digital reach out to them for comment before running with this?
Question that's important.
They probably did, but the fact that it's incorrect, and I doubt they've updated it. So now they know that it's not true.
Right.
And if they haven't updated their story, they're continuing to publish something false that is obviously quite damaging.
All right, so it's all fake news, and we ain't really got to worry about it too much. All right, then. Fake news. We're going to go ahead and keep it pushing on that. No, ain't no need to keep covering fake news, because they just want to run propaganda on Hassan Piker or whatever it is. Parker. Yeah. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next video right here, and let's talk about this. Now, they said Putin just crossed, let's see here. They just crossed Putin's red line, and Ukraine is in serious shit. All right, let's get into this. Shout out to Redacted. And we talked about these guys.
Well, something big is about to happen between Russia and Ukraine. Russia is done negotiating, and European leaders, Western leaders, are basically playing with fire right now. We're learning from our sources in Ukraine that the fuse has essentially been lit. Both sides are preparing for the end game in this war. I mean, before we get to that part of the story, though, some context. A few days ago, Ukraine launched a terror attack against children in the Starobolsk college. These girls were in their beds when Ukraine killed them. In this drone attack, multiple drone attacks against this dormitory here you can see, but other buildings as well in that video. You can see Ukraine launched drones which killed 21 college girls, wounded 42 people. And according to our sources, they're—
Oh, man. Yeah, if you don't think that the wrath of Putin is not going to fall down on them over this, like, first off, Putin already been attacking civilians. But let's be real though, like bombing little girls, if you don't think that the Russian people is not going to push for Putin to do like the most wildest striking campaign on Ukraine, then you guys are tripping. Like, this was a mistake, and this was definitely a red line.
There were no military assets at that college. Zero. Despite what propaganda you're seeing on Telegram about it, there were none. Ukraine says it was because a drone went off course. Okay, so multiple drones just happened to go off course and happened to hit these dormitories. By the way, as we separately reported here on the show, Ukrainian drone operators are awarded points for civilian deaths. Now, the highest level, of course, is taking out military infrastructure. Number 5 on that list, though, is killing civilians. And of course, drone operators in Ukraine then are able to hand over that data to the government at the end of every month. They're awarded extra equipment, extra I don't know, medals, so to speak, incentives. So killing civilians, totally fine for Ukraine. So according to, these drone operators, they just went off course. That was the issue here, which is not true. These civilians were targeted by Ukraine on purpose. And if you listen to Shoigu on the Russian side, again, you do you, however you want to do it.
And if I could be completely fair about this, look, targeting civilians is wrong. But if I could be completely fair, I'm pretty sure it's because Russia targeted their civilians, and this is pretty much get back. I know they're trying to claim it as an accident, but I'm pretty sure they did it on purpose. And it was a way to get back at Russia. And like I said, it was wrong. It's wrong for them to do it on both sides. But if I could be completely fair, this is tit for tat.
But he brings up a great point, of course, which is in modern warfare, these drones are operating with satellite coordinates. So they don't just go off course. These don't just fly out of range. They're all being targeted and coordinated with CIA and the UK. The UK particularly is involved in the targeting and telemetry data that is involved in these attacks on civilian infrastructure. Now the remaining Russian college professors who weren't killed in this attack have now been added to Ukraine's kill list. Here you go. It's the Mirovets website. So they killed students, wounded dozens more. Now they want to kill the rest of the staff. Okay. Unlike in Israel, by the way, where they kill journalists on purpose and won't let them see the proof of anything. Like if they want to go and see the proof of anything, sorry, you're not allowed to do that unless you're being led by the IDF by the hand in order to go see certain sites. But good luck getting any information out of that. Russia, however, invited journalists, said, you're more than welcome to go to the site. Please go and see for yourself. And they invited dozens. And guess who turned them down? Of course, CNN turned them down. The BBC said, no, thanks, we don't need to see it, as they are extensions of the CIA, of course, and the BBC and MI6. So they don't want to see it. They already know. They probably already knew that they were involved with this. So, but great journalists, like Irish journalist Shea Bose, went to see it for himself. Watch.
For these drones, paying for these corrupt people in Kiev to kill people. It's terrorism. I mean, it's whatever you want to say. Look around here. There's a reason why they tried to prevent people like me coming here. They tried to prevent channels like RT. They tried to stop us because they're desperate to prevent the truth about this kind of terrorism. getting to the people in Europe. Because if the people in Europe knew what the money was being spent on in this so-called war, which was started by the Americans and the British, of course, we know that too. If they knew what the money was being spent on to kill children in their beds, people would come out on the streets and they would, they would tell these politicians. And it's interesting, in Europe, where I'm from, the most corrupt and unpopular politicians.
I'm sure a lot of Americans don't want to be paying for Ukraine to start bombing schoolgirls in their dorms. But then again, I mean, a lot of Americans didn't want to be paying to start bombing Palestinians as well. But I mean, look what we got. Trust me. I mean, a lot of Americans don't even really understand what we're honestly paying for in Ukraine, but they see it as this such a virtuous thing. I'm like, I don't know, man. Is it virtuous to help these guys buy drones to send at schoolgirls? I don't know about that.
Are the ones who are most dedicated to this religion of Zelensky and his Banderite Nazi friends who come and kill children in their beds.
Yeah. So you can imagine Putin and the military leaders of Russia are not taking this lightly.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, Russia launched a devastating response on Ukraine's capital of Kiev, launching for the first time its Oreshnik missiles. Now, this could be the opening salvo in a potential nuclear war. When you think about if these missiles had nuclear warheads attached to them instead of just being used for ballistic attacks, flying up into space and evading air defense systems. And you can see here, this was overnight when these rained down on Kiev in multiple locations. Here's some more. We'll just play some of this. This was some natural sound you can hear here.
You can't really stop.
We haven't seen attacks like that in a long time in Kiev. One man captured a missile hitting nearby, and then moments later, this happened. So that's just the beginning of what's coming. And over the past 24 hours, Russia has warned all foreign citizens to leave. Get out now. That this is, quote, the last straw. And we will be conducting systematic strikes on assorted targets all across Ukrainian's capital from now on.
Yo.
So get the hell out.
Yo.
Right? If you're
a foreigner in Ukraine right now, you got to get the hell out. They're pretty much saying, look, bro, you get your warning, but if we're responsible for, your death, your country want to breathe down our neck, we're going to tell them to kick rocks. Is like they crossed the red line and we're about to pretty much run a bombing campaign in their capital, in Ukrainian capital of Kiev. Yeah, that's about to be vicious. Oh, guys, make sure to like the video.
EU diplomat, one of these puppets
they're cool.
Who's there controlling that government, and get out. Here's the Russian response. Given the continued terrorist attacks by the Kiev regime against Russian civilians, the Ministry of Defense of Russia will be targeting Ukrainian defense industry facilities in Kiev. Foreign nationals, including diplomatic missions and staff, should leave the city as soon as possible. Now, the EU, of course, has responded saying, we're staying put. We're not going anywhere. Here's the EU ambassador on Monday. He says, no, we're not leaving. And it would be hypocrisy for EU missions to leave. We're going to stay.
So when you die, then it's going to be like an act of war that you're pretty much leaving yourself as a target that can spike off a series of events that could lead into World War III, or at least NATO trying to invade Russia. Lady, don't be foolish.
So Dmitry Medvedev on the Russian side had this to say: the EU has said it will maintain its diplomatic presence in Kiev unchanged despite Russia's warnings. Well, apparently they've got diplomats to spare and they need to trim the head count. Meaning these people are going to die. I mean, you can
pretty much
gloss it over any way you want.
They are not going to die. They are playing brave. They will be hiding.
Hiding where? When these
here's the thing, though. I mean, most likely they'll be hiding, and they probably got underground bunkers to hide in, or they're just saving face and are low-key leaving right now.
Missiles hit, and you are destroying bunkers from outer space.
They will be in the
Good
same
luck.
place that Zelensky films his videos, which is probably not in Kiev.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, they're probably in London somewhere too.
Right.
That's a good point.
Don't let them make you think that they are playing brave.
Yeah.
No.
They're in his villa in Italy.
Tuscany. Yeah, Tuscany.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Zelensky, by the way, is now the 9th largest landowner in the United States. FYI.
Uh-huh.
So maybe they're in the U.S. So that's the context of what we're about to see. What's next, though? What is next? What will this response look like? Well, it's anyone's guess, and only Russia knows for sure. But something big is coming, according to our sources. The buildup over the past few days has been enormous. Hearing from military experts and sources, forces and special forces from Germany, France, and the UK, and the United States, including the CIA, of course.
No, that is crazy, though. Zelensky is really the 9th largest landowner in the United States. This man was literally using our taxpayer dollars to buy up our own land. Like, that is crazy wreck. If that's just the reality of it. And let's be real, it's already been reported and tracked that some of these Ukrainian politicians are out here buying Louis Vuitton handbags and 100K supercars. While your average American's out here struggling. So do you understand the corruption here? You understand why people kind of want this war to be over? Not just because we're putting money into the losing side, but because of all the corruption that the losing side is doing with our money.
Have been building up inside of Ukraine over the last few weeks. They clearly know something is coming. It seems as though they're concerned that Russia potentially could be about to take Odessa.
Yeah.
And according to military sources we talked about, which would effectively cut off Ukraine from the ocean, getting rid of any major port. They would become a landlocked country if this happens. And of course, we've been talking about this for years on the show, that if they take Odessa, Ukraine ceases to exist as a viable country. No ports, no access to the ocean. Sorry, you're done. And up until now, Russia hasn't done that. And they've held back from doing that. So they wouldn't be a country if they grab Odessa. But what's hilarious is, according to the sources I've spoken to today.
Yeah, and Odessa is the port that connects them to the Red Sea, and it's really a key trade route for them as well. And they have a lot of oil outfields out there as well. So there's a lot of value over there in Odessa, especially on their ports. So if they were to take that, I ain't gonna lie, they'd be taking a lot of assets away from them and basically not really making them a country anymore. It would be a Russian state at a certain point, which we don't want, but it's what we pushed.
Is this idea that that by adding French special forces or UK special forces or US special forces or French special force, that would stop the Russians from taking Odessa? FYI, they've literally been killing members of NATO for the past few months on the front lines. Ukraine has lost upwards of 2 million killed in action now. The people that are being caught on the front lines and killed are not even from Ukraine. They're from Colombia. They're from Poland. They're from France. So the idea that Russia would be scared to take Odessa.
Oh, we hear about there's teenagers, young adults in African countries that's being recruited to fight for both sides in Russia and Ukraine. I think, what was it? It was a family in Kenya and Nigeria. There was 2 boys that were going out there to fight for Russia. They need some money. Russia's paying. They said, look, come out here and fight with us, and we're going to pay you. And they said, okay. So we got Africans out there fighting Ukrainians on the Russian side.
Because there are a few Frenchmen there? What are you smoking?
While Ukraine got NATO, Russia got Africa.
And the other part of the story is that Putin has been extremely patient, almost to a fault. And at the heart of this is his intention to try to prevent civilian casualties in Ukraine. And the numbers, by the way, don't lie. The numbers in black and white, which we brought to you in December of this year, at, by the way, great detriment to the people who were able to provide those numbers. But the numbers on the civilian casualty side, on the Ukrainian side, was incredibly low, despite the fake propaganda that you've been hearing. Those numbers were very low compared to the attacks on Russian civilians. And of course, not to mention the genocide which took place in eastern Ukraine since 2014. And all of those Ukrainian civilians that were killed, which were actually ethnic Russians, since 2014. So Putin has been slow and methodical, but he's under immense pressure to put an end to this war.
Which understandably so. Imagine that an American college dorm had been bombed by someone that you are at war with. And the American president had no response. We would be outraged. There would be no way that we would allow this to just
Yeah, so yeah, they literally just bombed a bunch of girls, killed them while they were in their campus in their dorm room. So what do you think that Russia's going to do? What we do? We completely decimate that country's capital, and that's what Russia's dedicating themselves to doing, decimating Kiev's capital to the point where they're telling all foreigners to get the heck up out of Ukraine, or you gonna get hit in the crossfire. And if you are there, please get up out of Ukraine.
Well, okay. Sorry that happened.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
No,
I mean, just look at the response that George W. Bush got after the false flag of the 9/11 attacks, right? When he stood there with that bullhorn, he said, when the people that brought these buildings down are going to hear from all of us real soon.
Right.
Yeah. So you can just go and bomb Afghanistan. But there was a palpable support for the president of the United States, and a rally hit a 92% approval rating.
Yes.
He comes out at a Yankees game and throws out the first pitch, and the whole stadium goes crazy. Can you imagine that today? No.
Here's the crazy thing. I mean, Russia could have let this secretly happen just to pretty much invoke like honestly harsher strikes on Ukraine. Like they could have just let this happen. I mean, this is just me playing into the conspiratorial part of it. But and I'm like 30% on the theory. But they could have let this happen to have an excuse to escalate things on Ukraine. And now nobody can really blame them when they start going all blitzkrieg and start bombing the shit out of them. We can always sit there. All we do is sit there and be like, well, they probably shouldn't have bombed those girls.
But that was the case then. So they bomb and kill these 21 school children.
So there is a political faction inside of Russia who said, we need to have been more aggressive. This needs to have been over a year ago. Those people are now proven right when you see young girls killed in their beds in their college dorm.
And I've been trying to tell people, it's like, no, Putin is slow rolling this war. He could have ended it a while ago if he really wanted to. He could have just went straight hypersonic missiles and just decimate Zelensky right in that building that he's at, or wherever the hell he's at, honestly. But here's the thing. He's been slow rolling it to avoid civilian casualties. And it's kind of funny, though, that it still happens. It is what it is. But you can tell, Putin's been slow rolling this. He could have low-key, if he went full force on Ukraine, bro, they'd have been taken over a long time ago. But I mean, be real with you. There's two things that's slowing them down. The one thing, not to kill so many civilians, and also our consistent help. Well, we used to consistently help them. Now we just let NATO buy weapons from us to give to them.
Incredibly frustrating situation for those people, and you have to feel for them.
So Putin's greatest mistake could have been in believing Western leaders.
Guys, make sure to like the video, guys. So go ahead and push this in the algorithm. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's make sure we are smashing that like button.
Remember when Russia had Kiev completely surrounded? We covered this here on the show a number of years ago. And this idea that they got beat back by the Ukrainians was hilarious. They didn't. They had the entire city surrounded. They had one artery in and out of that city, and they were ready to choke it off. And then Emmanuel Macron says, hold on. NATO says, hold on, let's make a deal. And so Russia backs off from Kiev and agrees to just kind of go to the front lines on the eastern part, where formerly eastern Ukraine. Do you think he's going to make that same mistake again? Like falling for what the Western leaders have said? Boris Johnson flies in and totally destroys any kind of peace proposal that was in place.
But all right, though, we're going to go ahead and close it down on that one. We didn't hit the 4-hour mark. I appreciate you guys for tuning in, guys. Make sure you guys not double tap the screen, but make sure you guys like the video on the way out. Subscribe to this channel if you haven't already, guys, and I'll catch you guys later on tomorrow. Well, probably around the same time tomorrow. So appreciate the support, guys. The Set with Set Media. Please enjoy.
Noah! Larry, what the hell are you doing? Larry! Larry, you can't just...
Larry! Oh!